Ladies and gentlemen, sirs and ma'ams, dudes and dames, welcome to day 2 of the PTR. Today we're going to be diving into broken builds, things that are overtuned, stuff that's working as intended. Well, generally, how does Torment 4 progression work? Are things strong enough? Do we need some balances? And we're going to start with the golems. And as you can see, we have the triple golem already. So I went to get myself the Grave Bloom that we could try things right away. Now, big question is, if I wanted to take the Grave Bloom, right, and I would like to hit the Golem Mastery as a greater affix, now I would have to go to the Smith, right, a Masterworking, take this weapon, then we got like the standard 50%, so we work it upwards, we get some more damage, and now the final one would be Bibbidi Bobbidi Bobbidi Boom. And we will get maximum life. So this is now a dud, right? So the maximum life get greater affixed. That means we would want to reset the masterwork status. I assume. Can you? Okay, so you can't reset that. Fantastic. No, actually I can just by pressing reset and then pressing it. Okay. So and now, little puppet, good to see there. Red howdy. See now Golem to hit twice, 75%. See that's pretty good. Okay, then we're going to take our Ring of Mendel, right? And we're going to masterwork that one up too. And we get the summon attack speed, which is unnecessary, but hey, it is what it is. We already got the Golem Mastery as greater affix, so we can't get it again as a greater affix, right? So now with a triple golems here, ladies and gentlemen, how is our damage going to feel? We got a, like, let's go into Torment 3 for now, just for testing purposes, right? I'm not sure if we're Torment 4 ready. Let's see where that goes. Where's the YouTube stream in a vertical version, sir? Because you're in the vertical stream. There's also a horizontal stream running. You just have to go on the channel and choose the horizontal one. We simply give you the option to choose your preferred aspect ratio. I need a helmet that has cooldown reduction. Right? Is there a unique helmet that has cooldown reduction? There is, right? Yeah. Resistance. How much cooldown reduction could I get? Is there still? There is still 8% cooldown reduction. They actually didn't work on that. Oh, they made this overlay faster, somewhat. This used to have like some weird kind of delay in it, or it's just because it's PDR. I don't know. But this is definitely on the quicker side. I wonder, though, how many rolls is it going to take me until I get cooldown reduction? Because we finally have resource cost reduction on things again. So they actually added more potential affixes, right? So actually, like, in order to get what I'm really looking for, it's going to be longer than ever nowadays. That's a little bit weird. Skeletal Warrior Mastery. It's not that I want that, right? I still want to have the cooldown reduction. And we're probably going to have to also oboe gamble a bit to maybe get like a helmet that has cooldown reduction. Do that. Or just take a, like, what, 12 ranks to Bone Spear still? Damn. Since when? Like, seriously. Right? The good thing is that we have like infinite obols, so we can just go for more and more, right, until we get what we're looking for. How's the new masterworking and tempering going? The new masterworking is okay. The new tempering is definitely better. I personally don't like the new mastering system that much because it's really just down to where do you lucky hit what you're looking for, right? And that does feel a little bit bad. I don't know how to say that. Like, right, making something into a greater affix, there's literally like you have one good option, and otherwise you're also just stuck re-rolling again, right? So it's the same as before, just different. You're anyways just massively re-rolling and re-rolling and re-rolling and re-rolling. Okay, so instead of trying to fish now for the cooldown reduction, we're probably just going to use the Godslayer crown. Where is it? Visage. I need generic uniques here. Generic uniques. I don't want to use the Harlequin crest because that's like too far off currently of what's going on. See, for example, for this build, the best thing that I could be getting right, is now the cooldown reduction here is a greater affix. So we're going to have to 20 times this up, right? And we have to hope that it hits the cooldown reduction. Ta-da. Fantastic. That's obviously not all of it, because we still have to now go for... Reckoneth Wake has cooldown reduction too, right? Yeah, let's do Reckoneth. So we now have to go here for the ring, and I would have to masterwork the ring, right? And I would have to hope that the actual Golem active cooldown reduction gets here, this, right? I have to hope for this so much, because then I can get my cooldown low. However, if I'm masterworking and not hitting that, right, I'm gonna be stuck like really, really hard trying to get that. Which is a bit awkward, but we'll see where it goes. I mean, most importantly is to witness now how our triple golem is going to feel. I mean, my toughness is up. These are masterworked. We're going to have to get glyphs at some point. Here, let's take Royal Diamonds. And we're going to just head into Torment 4. And see how the damage, survival, everything kind of is. Didn't play since Season 8. Should I go back to 11? Still fun enough. I just uploaded a video on the new level experience, mate, if you missed it. Because like, yesterday we actually did the new leveling. And I have to say it is somewhat interesting. Right? The way how they change things. Because we have now this seasonal journey here that gives us permanent upgrades. And it's quite something. See, there are my 3 golems now. So you can spam them away, right? And they do millions of damage already, which is kind of cool. Okay. See, like how they're exploding. It's kind of nifty. Boom, boom, boom. My favorite part is just like the triple explosion when they're going in, right? We need the cooldown reduction. Wait. I forgot to temper that. Yeah, the triple explosions are exactly working like I want it to, but give me a second. We need to teleport quickly out because I need to temper the cursed aura. Are we playing PTR? Yes, this is PTR. No. Let's put Bone Storm Barrier is here. Let's put Curse Aura on that one. On the gloves. Cursed Aura. Because I'm too lazy to curse things. Cursed Aura. And the pans do need to actually go over, because I forget this. The pans need to be our good old Blood Moon Breaches. Golem Mastery. Cool. How many ranks to Golem Mastery did I actually get? We're sitting at 9 ranks. Cool. That's nice. I could actually get more because the chest can also have Golem Mastery, right? We're sitting only at 4,000 life, so probably we would have to reroll a lot of affixes here to maximum life. I mean, that's obviously a resource cost reduction, which is completely ridiculously useless. You just gotta get maximum life, and then you get like fire resistance, which is also maximum life. And you get maximum life here, but resource cost reduction, which is completely useless. There's like so many weird things that we're having here right now. Right? I don't even know. Maximum life, life on head. By death. Random things. And we still have to obviously, like, if you're in Torment 4, I think this is the rule, right? You want to have all these items like fully master worked up, and you probably want to have these items also tempered for just armor. Because that's the thing, right? You can get like 300 armor, and then you have to take this. Oh, wait. I need to take that phone call. Give me a second. 3 golems. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 3 golems. We got the Grave Bloom, which says you raise 3 smaller golems. And each golem is going to trigger your ability. And each ability trigger is also going to trigger the full gluttony. So we get the triple stack into the triple stack. Like here, see, like we go for this. And then we trigger our golems. And then we trigger our golems again, right? And this is like, right? You have like a rapid fire. Boom, boom. Like 300. Like we're almost going for the billions of damage already again. So like, do you see what madness this is with 3? And go. Pop, 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 pop. And the thing is, the more corpses we're making, the better this goes, because they're actually consuming the corpses to reset the cooldown. So you're going to send them in, and they go pop, pop, pop. And look at the cooldown, how it's instantly available again. That was 500 million, by the way. This is exactly working how I was really hoping it would. Okay, we haven't put actually powers on. Wait a second. Oh shit, they're not unlocked yet, huh? Why are they not unlocked? I went for all the boosts, but didn't properly unlock that. Gonna have to look into it. I probably could just kill things, right? Yeah, we can just summon Duriel. Steven, good to see you there. Thank you for gifting that subscription away, Steven. That's very kind of you. Okay, let's get this one down. Make sure that our Bone Storms are up, right? And each Bone Storm around each dude is making me stronger. They're not powers, but nurses rewards. Hey. The powers are still giving you 20% armor. They're giving you resistances. So, like, they might not be real powers. However, they're still providing you meaningful something. Jibber jabber, right? Which falls under the doesn't hurt to have. Okay, so we can just, I'm just jamming my golem button, Chad. This is like the most rapid fire golem we've ever had currently. Yes. Everything is coming together, Chan. I was really hoping that it would turn out like this. Look at how they're just jumping around. Are you in season 11? Yes, Carnage. This is the PTR. This is Duriel instead of the Hell Maiden. So, like, in case you missed this, this is like the new... He's the new Hell Maiden. Obviously, this is like a fraction of the damage that we can deal right now. So, wow, he just went away. Did you see that triple damage? Because the interesting part is the golems do triple damage if the enemy's alone, right? So now we have this unlocked. He's an ugly Hell Maiden. I find it kind of funny that I see her. Is there any clue how much toughness one needs to make a tier 4? No, Mr. Harkins. So, like, how do I say this now? We have a very, very bad problem. Toughness says the total amount of raw damage of each type you can take after considering all damage mitigation source. So I can take 50,000 physical damage and then I would die. However, how do I know how much damage an enemy deals? Right? How the fuck do I know now how much damage an enemy deals? I literally have to jump down an enemy's face, inside his throat, and then I have to have him hit me while I hover over my life, and then I have to hope that I see how much damage that was now. Right? That's what I have to do. Which sounds plenty stupid. Because there are no damage numbers from enemies, right? Okay, where's the Heavenly Forge, and why don't I have a thingy to the Heavenly Forge? Oh, they're forcing me to go. Let me see. Can Rack unlock seasonal? Grand seasonal progression items. I still have to walk one time there. If you have 60k toughness and generate berry as well enough, you can do 2-4. The thing is, yes, we will figure this out, Marino. Yes, we will figure out how much toughness is enough toughness, right? Like, I have 50k toughness right now. See, like, I'm taking damage. Yeah, I understand. But how do I know how much damage is that? I pretty much have to do this in the training room because the actual training dummies can also shoot at you, right? We need to definitely try this out in the pit here, John. I want to do a pit run with this triple golem spam right now. Oh, we need to definitely get rid of the helmet though, because the helmet is useless. Now tower, well, tower is the very end game, right? So like the tower is not for testing any build strength or any build variety, right? Hidro, could you please talk to me? So I wanna have these slots here unlocked ASAP. Really? They're making me kill things so I can actually put these in. Oh goodness Christ. I liked the masterworking before more than now. What about you? Me too. I preferred the old masterworking too, more than what we have currently. The newer system is obviously simpler, right? Simpler doesn't mean better. It just means simpler. I personally definitely liked the old system more. The new tempering is obviously a boon. So I kind of would like to have the new tempering plus the old masterworking. But the old masterworking also in reworked, kind of. Wait, let's do a... Wait, I have to work my way up the pit tiers as well, Chan. Can I not unlock all the pit tiers? Okay, let's see, though. Golems, go! Oh, there's so much fun. The crazy part is if they jump after another, one jumps in and kills already, and then they consume corpses, right? So the first golem activation killed some things. Then the second golem activation triggers Fell Gluttony. And that Fell Gluttony trigger will then consume corpses to give us cooldown reduction. And that's what you kind of see here, how we're having the golems just continuously go on and keep doing like massive damages, right? But there was negative Integra damage, so there's some weird negative Integra damage possible, definitely. So if you have 3 golems, do you get 3 sacrifice bonuses stack? What do you mean, Heartless Plague? The 3 golems are from the Grave Bloom, and if I now sacrifice these 3 golems, it would still be only 1 bonus. Sanctification is the worst breaking imaginable. Sanctification definitely needs another pass over. The way how they have done sanctification is definitely not good. And I will die on that hill. The problem with the new masterworking is you don't get any bonuses. Exactly. So your actual stats stay exactly as they are, and you're not getting any bonus, attack speed, cooldown reduction, maximum life, whatever. I mean, I'm running around with 5,000 max life right now. That's by the way, though, why they made the toughness system. So the reason we have the toughness system is because toughness allows you to just stack defense, and therefore you don't have to stack life, right? So you still want to have a certain amount of maximum life. But it's not like it used to be before, where we need to definitely get like thousands of max life, 10,000 of max life to be able to basically function, right? To be able to exist. No, we don't need that anymore. You can just get a normal amount of max life now, because that's just fine, right? The cooldown reduction boosting. Oh, the cooldown reduction boosting is awful. I mean, I made my Litless Wall, and I greater affixed the cooldown reduction, right? I have my Godslayer crown, I greater affixed the cooldown reduction. But that is, again, like, I have my Golem cooldown reduction here, and I need to greater affix that, luckily, to maybe get some more. Like, it's definitely going to cut into, like, a lot of... Oh, that was 970 million damage, chat. Okay, we're almost at 1 billion here with the Golems already. When we know the Golems will actually be able to do billions of damage, so... There's a fact and a half. Oh, he just died. In contact. Deceitful memory. It seems still like I cannot unlock... No, I finally got my slot there. Where does the new Necro weapon drop from? Beast of Ice. Beast of Ice. Is the tower rewarding? No. 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 So we're also playing Rackaneth Wake here, right? Because Rackaneth Wake also has cooldown reduction. The problem is, as you said, if I now Masterwork Rackaneth Awake, right? So Masterwork is up to 20. I now either get the greater affix to cooldown reduction, or I don't. And if I don't get the greater affix to cooldown reduction, I'm actually screwed, right? So now I get nothing. Great. And we need to try an Infernal Horde too. And we should try to do runes. I wonder if I could play Quox. But what would I use for Quox to get more... You know, what would I use for a rune to get Quox activated? I mean, maybe spam a cooldown skill, but we're not spamming enough. I want to add the Fists of Fate here. But in order to add the Fists of Fate, I need... What's it called again? In order to add the Fists of Fate, I need... to replace my helmet. Raven Druid and Ego doesn't work in Season 11. I mean, you can make a clunky amalgamation of what used to be good work, but that's about it. You can't make, like, the Raven Druid as we know it right now in Season 11. Generally speaking, Druid is in a very awkward position right now because of the Grizzly Rage nerf. So it is still giving you a massive damage bonus. However, you can't keep Grizzly Rage up permanently, which is a big nerf to the overpowered Druid in general. So that's a bit of a bummer. Might actually make Boulder Druid now better than ever, because the Boulder Druid did not need to play Grizzly Rage, if I remember correctly. I was playing Cataclysm for that, so yay. One up on Boulder Druid, I guess. They leave the Case Armor? No, Case Armor's gone. How's Golem on PTR? Brilliant. It's working exactly like I wanted it to. I still need to figure out, though, the right items, right? Because, bit tricky. You also need to get the right greater affixes, right? I need the Golem Mastery here desperately on this item. And obviously you need this as a max roll. So, because they only deal like 60% of normal damage, and if you don't have them at full max, that's kind of bad. How do you level the seasonal power thingies? By playing with them. So if I go now into the Helltide and I actually play the power in the Helltide, then I am leveling that up as well. So it's kind of like how it works, right? They need to make a legendary that gives you giant skelly mages. There is a legendary for that, sir. Seasonal powers again. No, these are not powers, sir. They're divine gifts. They do not actually do anything power-wise. Let's check an infernal. Giving masses. My problem right now is the Bone Storm duration. Like, we definitely don't have the Bone Storm duration uptime mixture that we would need to continuously keep this rolling. Oh no, I forgot we're getting the new weird affixes as well in oh yeah. I didn't even think about it. We're gonna get this whole weird shit in here too, right? Oh, holy moly. That's going to make Infernal Hordes an absolute cluster clunk fuck of doom. I mean, just think about it, right? All of these things now in here as well. Ooh. Well, at least we could stay alive, so nice. And we need to dig a bit deeper into like the cooldown reduction possibilities and what else we can do like with the golems. So they're certainly working. It's nice. I like that. Let's get out of here. We're doing well. I liked your Hades streams, and after I had an eye on the game for a long time, I finally bought it yesterday. Avatar, you're gonna love it. Absolutely. So, triple golem. Let's get a helmet with cooldown reduction, shall we? Also, we need to temper something different, because right now I tempered defense, right? Problem is, I would like to have utility instead, but you can't actually swap from defense to utility, so that is not an option, right? That is still a limitation in the system. You're kind of stuck with that. So let's get a new chess piece. Oh, not a single greater affix one. Great. I mean, I don't want a chess piece anyways with a greater affix, right? I wonder if it would be easier to get a greater, to get a chess piece now with Golem Mastery, because technically with all the things that you can now get on a chest, right? Shouldn't it be easier to get one? And shouldn't it be very easy to get shitty ones? Because look at this max life per second, essence per second, and armor. I don't want essence per second, right? Temper. I need to temper Bone Storm duration. And goes for gloves, by the way. They need Bone Storm duration. Because now we have 50% longer duration, and the Bone Storm is sitting at 17.83. That's more feasible than before. Because we are actually playing Shielding Storm, right? Biggest thing that's still missing is actually triple rerolls here. That makes me still severely sad. How do we not have triple rerolls, right? How is this a thing that I still, in order to get what I want, have to go for double rerolls? That's painful, and we don't like it. I'm quickly just checking if I could get golems, but I doubt that we're going to actually get golems. Shielding Storm. Leveling is a bit weird. I tried leveling. It took me 2 hours to get to level 60 with the new systems. So leveling felt okay-ish. right? It didn't feel insane. It just felt okay-ish. And it reset the masterwork. So the way how it works with the masterwork is you put a masterwork item in, and if you have Neath Iron that you get from world bosses, Bartok, Astaroth, Belial, and random rare monsters, then you can actually re-roll your greater affix, right? So you cannot reset the masterwork. Once masterwork, the item is 20 times masterworked. You can only change the greater affix that you have been getting, right? So I'm going to do the final step, the 21. The 21 now goes over to the 525 armor. And now I could make it go for the maximum life, the intelligence, or for the bone storm duration, right? That's tops what you could do. So for the tower chat, the tower is the highest pit tier you can do. So right now I can do pit 30, right? And the tower is... I mean, the tower is literally just... how do I say this without sounding mean? It's just literally something that's in the game so you have something to do in the end. It's not a good activity, right? So the tower just exists after you're done with the pit, after you've done all these things, to give you something to bang your head against. I mean, obviously that's what a lot of endgame activities are, but you just really feel it from the tower. So it's just like this. I kill minions, I get orbs, and that's it. And the faster I kill minions, the faster I get orbs, the better it is, right? And getting these orbs will get you forward. So you already need maximum movement speed. If you don't have maximum movement speed for the tower, you're screwed. Which means your equipment for the tower needs to be different than your pit farming equipment, for example. Because you don't need... Like, you still need maximum damage, but without movement speed, without being able to, like, move fast through the areas, right? Because you need to, like, maybe go back to collect these orbs. You're just going to be slow per se, so that's that. And I don't... Yeah, I don't know. It literally seems like, hey, toddlers, here's a little activity for you. So after you've pushed the pit now and maxed out your character, we give you something. Like, just something, so you have something. Not because we wanted to make good content, just to give you something. What about the rewards from the tower? Which rewards? There are no rewards. Lots of people won't play tower. I mean, if you want to just see how you're holding up against the crazy freaks, I think the tower is kind of like a fun thing to do. However, like, you got to consider that without your glyphs being level 100, it's useless to go into the tower. Without all your gear pieces being 20 times masterwork, it's useless to go into the tower. Without you having sanctified every item piece, it's useless to go into the tower. You know what I mean? So I'm just not sure for whom is the tower, really. Who is supposed to go in here? Because unless you really have everything maxed, right? It's worthless to kind of even consider. Because obviously only the truly maxed out people will see something. Or they put no rewards in the tower. Well, because the reward is the friends you made along the way. So that's the boss. And he's done, and now, wow, we have tier 30 complete, chat. It's just EPness, yes. I mean, it's... And this is going to pop up now 6 times, by the way. So I'll be honest with you. It seems like they just put a leaderboard in to have a leaderboard in. The tower is obviously beta. Right? Here, we can now go for the leaderboards, and I'm going for Necromancer, right? This is tier 1, jump to me. I'm pit 124, tier 30. Even though I don't understand why I'm pit 124, tier 30, because this tier 30 guy had a worse finish than me. So why am I below him, right? Okay, like, explain. Why is it tier 1... finisher number 1? You know? Please explain. I mean, here's a Pit 90 finisher. Ranked by date? Yeah, sure, I understand ranked by date, but what does that what does that make sense? You know? Yes, it has to do with the date. So first come, first serve. Is the number one player always going to be the one that went the fastest through and just did a pit level 1? I mean, I could understand it, like, you know, the leaderboards in Path of Exile, which are going after the current level of a player, and they're tracking who's the highest level with the most XP, right? But that's also a life update, not a timing update. So yeah, what's happening there? Triple golems, come with me. I'm still not sure if we should use the Litless Wall, by the way. It's 80% critical strike damage bonus. Wow, my golems jumped too short. Dude, they're just destroying things. How is the sorcerer without the teleport spam? Well, Barbarian can teleport spam now. Even. I think Sorcerer should still perform well. We could try to recreate our Fireball Sork if you want to. Because I think the Fireball Sork last season was pretty amazing. And we could just recreate that one and see how powerful this is. Obviously, I would want to play Frozen Sword, Frozen Orb. But just to see, like, in comparison, strength level-wise, what we got going on, that would probably be the easiest thing. Thing is, I really never cared about the Sork teleports. I know a lot of Sork players only play Sork because of the teleports. For me, the teleport was just always a bonus. Oh god, I didn't have a barrier. He smashed me without my barrier, Chad. Sorry. We need to have the Bone Storm up. The Bone Storm is giving us 80% bonus crit damage. How much crit damage are we sitting at? Only 910%. Well, I guess I gotta have every item have critical strike damage too, right? So like the big damage difference here between me having the Bone Storm up or not, it's like qualitative, like a huge chunk of damage, if or if not, that is going on. I wonder if my golems are going to die. Oh, there's a billion damage, Chan. Woo. The thing is, so we did a billion damage right now, correct? With slightly ajar equipment. But if you think about this, we are currently in a position where I obviously have 200 Paragon points already. Okay? We're in a position where my glyphs are glyph level 100, so maxed out. And I'm able to kill the guy, right? With masterworked items. We're obviously not sitting at the perfect setup, but that's not the point. The player power is so much lower, right? That's quite significant. I mean, considering that we have Golem Mastery here now with 2 ranks, and the old Masterworking system would bump it up to 4 ranks, so that's another 40% bonus damage that's missing. Same goes here with the Golem Mastery, that would be usually sitting at 5 ranks or so, which is another 100% bonus damage. There is so much player power missing. It is scary. I need a helmet. Okay. You don't look too excited, sir. I'm plenty excited for the changes. I'm just genuinely worried for the average player in many ways. How much they will be able to cope with this. Because if the player power is going down, the casual player is never amused by that. Because who wants to see their power actually go down? Right? Who's like, yay, I'm so looking forward to dealing less damage. Super excited for the chance to deal less damage. I love to deal less damage. Like, you know, dealing less damage is so amazing. Especially when you're coming from season 11 where you were doing all the damage. And now you're doing maybe a tenth of that. You'll be like, yes. I'm so pumped about this. Damn. Now, however, since we're dealing less damage, it's more challenging to get into the Torment tiers, so they made the game more challenging. Question is rather who asked for that. I know there are people that enjoy their Diablo to be more challenging, and don't get me wrong, I understand. I just simply don't think that most people were looking for that, right? I don't think cooldown reduction exists anymore in helmets, Chan. I know it exists, but, you know, I don't think it exists anymore. I mean, now I've seen multiple times Warrior Mastery over actual cooldown reduction. Okay, let's swap out the helmet because I wanted to move the cursed aura on the helmet. Then I need to temper Bone Storm. I don't know if we need a search window here, by the way, Chan. Because who wants to, like, just scroll through this list every single time? Right? We get this. Bone Storm. I need to unleash all the runes. I need a rune combo. Recommendation, ladies and gentlemen. Anything you got, I'm ready for it. We want to optimally use Quacks for the bonus damage because we can just easily restore the resource. But how we're going to trigger Quacks? Could be Neo Quacks, but then it would be random. And that's a bit bad. So we need Quacks for the bonus damage. But how will we trigger it? Lucky hit chance. But we're not really lucky hitting because I don't know how much lucky hit chance the Golem ability has. We could try out lucky hit chance to see how much that's actually working. Nagu doesn't really work, right? Invoke a skill from another class. Cast a skill with a cooldown. What other ability would we use? Ultimate cooldown is worthless. I was thinking about actually invoking like the normal cooldown reduction. I'm technically running around the whole time. And by running around, I could just reduce our cooldowns so we can do even more golems, right? So are we going to get the Quacks a lot? The leveling was whack. I got to level 60, but I couldn't go into the pit because I hadn't finished my seasonal rank yet. Yeah, but that's well deserved, sir. Just finish your seasonal rank, like, for the love of God. I mean, who's stopping you from actually finishing your seasonal rank, right? It's only yourself. Okay, oh, who only works on healthy enemies, right? The problem is my golems are one-hitting everything. So we're not really getting healthy. We're not really getting not healthy enemies. I have a hard time keeping my Bone Storm up long enough. Found a working teleport sword build doing damage with teleport nova and crackling energy on PTR 40. That sounds great. I mean, no one says that you can't play the standard teleport, right? And also reduce the cooldown of that standard teleport. You can't just only evade teleport anymore. Oh, that reminds me. Our fireball sword could play the new weapon. Huh. But we also need to play the Staff of Endless Rage. Interesting. What was that number? It was a negative Integra number, and I don't know where it's coming from. See, like, this negative Integra thingy, I don't know where it actually comes from. I think it's when you kill, like, a betraying Eye of Belial. I might trigger that in between. Okay, cooldown reduction is working. Our Quox is also triggering in between. The cooldown reduction is obviously triggering nicely because we're jumping, and that allows us to have even more golems. So that's actually 10 out of 10. Quite nice. What I find a bit silly is the amount of affixes we see right now. Because my biggest issue is I don't even have the time to hover over something, right? Like there's no analyzing what you're against. See, so look at these dudes. I just see a bunch of colorful symbols, but what's the use here? Right? It's not like I can pause the game to check what they have. And know what's going on, right? So weird. We're gonna push the pit tiers higher, by the way, in case you wonder. So we can see how things work in the very end. Fists of Fate. We wanted to use the Fists of Fate. Getting a good Fists of Fate is gonna be really hard now. I need to go to the vendor, and I'm asking the vendor for equipment. Found all uniques. Gloves. 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 Lucky hit chance. See, that's what I wanted to have. Hey, if I greater affix the attack speed now, what happens? Oh, great. I affixed the vulnerable damage. Wow. Why don't you just shoot me in the face? No, I was not meaning to do that. Well, good luck. I'm not picking that up. I'm not picking that up, Chan. So why are we using the Fist of Fate? Basic idea is that with the huge amount of lucky hit chance bonus, you would be able to more. Colorful affixes is actually okay for the game. Well, you're saying that, but I couldn't disagree more. Because right now it's just a bunch of random symbols, especially the many. I mean, in Path of Exile, you always have the opportunity to pause the game and analyze what's happening if you then feel like it. Right now, they actually turned the visual clarity of Diablo, which used to be somewhat good due to the amount of affixes that we have on enemies, into some kind of clusterfuck. No, if chaos items will remain. No. Chaos items are gone. Like, Blizzard did not learn the lesson from chaos items that they 100% have to integrate them somehow into the game. The biggest issue is why is this happening? Okay, chat, why did Blizzard not learn their lesson? Well, it's simple because season 11 was already made during season 10. Okay, so you gotta understand that they all work in tandem, right? So while season 11 is happening, or while season 10 is running, season 11 is already done, more or less. And therefore, like, it's hard to then understand how much people love the chaos items and that we actually want to keep them, right? Which means that, like, the earliest chaos items might return is in season 12, because they obviously learned from season 10. That's obviously stupid because we want them right now. With the lucky hit, could you use a hook walks? That's what we're doing right now. We got a hook walks. Even though, I don't know, that's Bak Eom, that's a hook walks. So we're actually using it, and as you can see here on the Ahu Kwok symbol, it's actually being triggered enough. I mean, not right now, because right now we're just killing everything with a one hit. So we need to get like to higher pit levels to actually see how much of the lucky hit chance is really lucky hitting, right? It's a bit of the problem here right now. We are currently doing a pit 35 because we have to work deeper. You are in the minority that didn't like the case items, and that's okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with disliking a mechanic. It was arguably next to the vampiric powers, which were the first actual powers, the best seasonal mechanic they have done so far. Are the bonus sacrifice affixes worth or always look for double aspect? What do you mean? Double aspect from the Sanctify, yes, the double aspect from the Sanctify is the best. There's no questions asked. Well, what is the best? Double affix. I mean, think about it for a second. Okay, we're almost there, Chan. Oh, people are being really negative right now towards the changes. Intriguing. How many people have already given up on Season 11 without actually having played it, right? So the general sentiment is a negative right now, and I hope Blizzard gets that. I mean, I'm not mad. I would enjoy this season regardless of the changes, right? However, some of the changes are obviously feeling weird. It'll be intriguing to see what lesson Blizzard learns from the PTR, though, because obviously they can't just turn things over, right? The seasonal rank is set in stone. The new tempering and masterworking is more or less set in stone. When we can see minimal changes to these things, but we wouldn't be able to, like, change the whole system up again, right? I'm excited to play Season 11. Honestly, once you get to play the level experience, once you get to interact with the lesser evils and everything in the open world, it feels good. It feels good. But I'm not looking... Oh, how do I say this now? I am looking forward to the Torment progression because it's going to be a more meaningful Torment progression. Meaningful in this case means harder and slower. The thing is that Diablo has been such a fast-paced game now, and especially since Season 6, right? That people are not used to earning their way forward, right? And if you look at Season 10, you didn't have to earn anything. In Season 10, you pretty much get yourself your powers, you get to 60, then you just jumped into Torment 4 more or less instantly, and you were already destroying everything. That was, to a degree, silly in itself. But it was the instant gratification of being strong, like, right out of the window. And despite being so strong, obviously the season was still long. Now it's going to take you longer to get to that point, and people are not used to that. Right? People are not used to things taking longer. So that's going to be a hard pill to swallow. Especially for people who play Diablo for its fast-paced nature. I've seen now so many times already the comparisons to Path of Exile 2, which is useless because Path of Exile is vastly slower. Still, right? I mean, leveling was even faster. I got to level 60 faster than in Season 10, and Season 10 was insane. There's no endgame. That's wrong, sir. There's the tower now. I mean, you get the tower. You can grind the endgame to make your character strong to then claim the highest leaderboard spot possible. That this might not be an endgame you enjoy is totally fine. Don't say there's no endgame. I finally get the corrupted eyeball of Belial after all these plays. So now we can actually unlock the power. So I can get Fortify. I can get 20% armor increase. Wait, why can I not put that in? Oh, there. And I can get the, not movement speed, I can get the resistance increase. Did they confirm Lilith not dropping Spark intentional? Yes, because you're going to get here a Spark, there a Spark, and from the seasonal reputation board a Spark. So there's no Spark from Lilith needed. I like the grind. It needed to be a little slower, to be honest. I think so too, personally. Again. I mean, this is not coming from me like being in any way like interested in Diablo's success or not. I do actually believe that the changes are going to be, in the long run, good for the game. But I also believe that a lot of people are just going to be unhappy with the changes because it's so abrupt, right? It's just like we're going from a very fast-paced action season with like variety and fun to like, halt, stop. Not further. You take your time now, sir. Right? Oh, you want to get into Torment 1? Well, you got to earn it. Oh, you want to get into Torment 4? Well, that's not going to be easy for you, brother. I do personally believe, though, that as you then get into Torment 4, it's going to feel good getting there because you're like, man, I really put in the effort. Right? It's not like the participation trophy. It's more like, I earned this. Now, the problem is that some people just don't want to earn it, right? So it's going to be intriguing how many players Diablo's going to lose with these changes, but how many people are actually going to return for the changes. Right? Free Capstone carry to tier 4 going to pop off again. There is no Capstone carry to tier 4 Morphic. That's the whole point. So the Capstone Dungeons are just for you. Right? This is like, the Capstone Dungeons are not gatekeeping anything apart from your seasonal rank. Okay? So, that's that. Like, you can get to, like, you can get into Torment 4 Pit 60 without the Capstone Dungeon. You don't actually have to do it. You can ignore Capstone Dungeons completely. The only reason to do Capstone Dungeons is for the Spark. Right? My issue right now is that the Capstone Dungeons are level locked. Okay? And you do not profit from doing them early. Which means the best way to do a Capstone Dungeon is doing it overleveled. Right? There's like no reason to go into a Capstone Dungeon in underleveled. Like right now, for example, I need to do this. I need to do the Sins of the Many, and I need to do the Tempest Oasis. So what am I going to do now? I mean, I need to do Tempest Oasis, and I am in Torment 4 already, but Tempest Oasis is Torment 2. So can I actually finish it in Torment 4 now and get Torment 4 rewards, or do I need to do it in Torment 2? Right, PoE2 is good too, yes. I mean, optimally, you would play both ARPGs, because both ARPGs have tons of content, but still the content is limited. Right? The mine cages were a good thing. Oh, the mine cages were, oh, sorry, burp, a fantastic thing. Does this season have repeatable sparks like the scroll grind? I don't think so. Because I can go to Hadriel, okay, and Hadriel gets me forward here, right? But there is no reputation scrolls or anything. Good point, sir. We're not having any reputation scrolls. Season 10 was the easiest season Diablo ever created and the most fun. It certainly was the easiest. I'm backing you up here. I'm not arguing against. Okay, let's go into this here Torrent Menagerie. No, not Torrent Menagerie. I need to go into the Tempest Oasis. It's Torment 2, but I'm going in Torment 4. You get rep scrolls when you fill up the whole board. No, Georgie. The way how it worked is that you did do a seasonal quest, and then at the end of the day, the vendor would give you a will give you the opportunity to buy scrolls. So this is my problem here currently with this Capstone Dungeon. Okay, Chad? This Capstone Dungeon says travel to the Tempest Respite. But what does that say? So since I have to travel to the Tempest Respite, I just need maximum movement speed. I am over-leveled, obviously. So I'll just ignore anything that is here, right? I will just go through this. I have no reason to go to this at Torment 2, right? I would wait until I'm very comfortable in Torment 2 to then actually just kill this dungeon, right? So instead of, like, challenging myself, I have no reason to challenge myself because challenging myself would only slow me down. So I'm better off just ignoring said challenge, right? Same goes for the lower leveled Capstone Dungeons. So instead of having to do them, they're optional. And that kind of makes it all a bit weird. Destroy the Tempest altars. Do I have to destroy them, or can I just... Yeah, how often you're getting the cooldown, Chan? Quite good, right? Okay, I feel like we're doing barely damage because the Tempest altars are alive to him, right? So that's it. Done. That was now the Tempest Oasis. Ta-da. I am now in the next tier. Now this is Pit 45. So I can, like, I get here skill point. I get a chest. I get another Paragon points. Yay. We get more Paragon points. And we get a chest. Greater challenge cash. That is really disappointing. I was hoping that greater challenge cash would now be something amazing. But it was like, yep, so get fucked, nerd. Get fucked, sir. We hate you. I mean, gold, nice, right? I got a lot of gold, a lot of fragments, a lot of that kind of stuff. Okay, let's see the Pit 45, the Sins of the Many. Wait, no. Did I just do that? No. I did the Tempest Oasis, but why does he show the Sins of the Many as marked? People sleeping on Hydra in Season 10, by the way. Hydra is currently the top pit finisher, sir. Hello, Martina! He didn't hear me. Remove K's armor from Season 10, yes. I don't apologize, Arcane Dream. Generally speaking, if you want to check out like which builds are performing well, I recommend checking healthtides.com/pit because that's the official, unofficial pit leaderboard where you can usually see the top pit finishers. Probably mean today instead of tonight in your stream title. It's fine, Tactful Rager. It's fine. But yes, it's the title from yesterday on Twitch. Stash needs to be bigger. I mean, it's the age-old stash needs to be bigger question. Like, I can only tell you I have a very big stash in Path of Exile 2, and it's still never enough. But, like, that has a lot to do with me being very, very trashy with my stash. So I'm not really taking good care of it. And I might or might not have a lot of bad things in there that shouldn't be in there. The same goes for your Diablo 4 stash. I mean, my stash is enough for 5 different characters and 8 different builds per character. We need more stash discipline. So what do you think about our triple golems so far, chat? They look kind of fun, huh? They're definitely how exactly I imagined this build to go, so that's kind of cool. We need to also make the fireball sword, though, because I wanted to see how well that would work. Aha, there we go. Oh, this looks great. Who are we fighting against? Asmodon. No. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's cool. Chat, you get to see Asmodon's death animation. Watch this. Watch. So the portal and the portal from below and... Right? I love the death. I'm sorry. It looks so great. It's a little thing that just makes me happy. Like, to see him, like, being torn apart by the forces of hell. What is Season 11 bringing to improve build diversity? VH, you're asking a very bad question there. Could you ask a different one? I don't want to answer that question. What is Season 11 bringing to improve build diversity? No, I don't wish to. I don't want to give you an answer. So the problem is that build diversity is dropping. We're pretty much back to Season 9 build diversity / Season 8 build diversity. It's down to one build Blizzard wants you to play. Right? So we used to have this in Season 8, Season 9, kind of like where it's like two builds maybe per class, if even. And one of them is the pinnacle build, the other is like the A tier build, and then you have a bunch of C and D tier builds. The problem with player power going down, you cannot play C tier builds anymore, right? So in the Season of Chaos, you could play C tier builds because due to chaotic powers, C tier builds were probably strong enough, right? But that's not a thing anymore. If you have no external power boosters, then your internal power needs to be so high that, well, you don't rely on external power boosters. But that's not happening right now. So yeah, what we're gonna do if we're in the position where it only matters that your build is actually powerful. So that always is a bringing down of build diversity then, right? Do you have to sacrifice warriors for golems? Golems do more damage, 60% more if you sacrifice warriors, and 60% more if you sacrifice mages. And they already get 100% more damage if they're actually your golems. So the amount of bonus damage you're getting when you're playing the golem solo outweighs everything else. So no golems and warriors. Also, it doesn't fit in the gameplay loop because what you're going to do with golems is you're going to try to get the cooldown of the golems as low as possible. And then you're pretty much just going to spam the golem cooldown. And as you can see, it actually does work extremely well by consuming corpses and by just going all about it. So it's kind of nifty. You could even technically throw out the golem, the blood golem, and you could just play the taunt golem, because there's an interesting thing here happening, chat. So let's assume you would use the... Wait, I'll show you in a second because it's actually really, really funny. So there is the golem here that spawns 5 corpses, right? And if you have 3 corpses spawning 5 corpses, what will happen? Think about it. You have the Fell Gluttony. Your golems consume corpses to reduce remaining cooldown by 1 second. Now let's assume I'm throwing golems in that make corpses. 15 corpses. What's gonna happen when they trigger Fell Gluttony, and then 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 you get it? Problem is with that the Blood Golem does triple damage. Okay, Chad? So as much as that is fun, the Blood Golem does 300% more damage against a single target. So yes, in other content pieces, it might actually be worth it to play the Spam Golem, but not in the pit, not when you're bossing, right? How's leveling going? Leveling goes really quick. You pretty much choose to do your seasonal rank quests. And as soon as you have this one here, so this is crazy. Maggots and Helltides can drop Experience Globe double while purified. That gives tons of XP. Now, I do believe it actually gave too much XP. However, that too much XP should be the norm. Okay, we made it all the way to Torment 4 with the golems now, and now we shouldn't be one-hitting things anymore, so let's see. Did they reduce health pot too? Yes, health pots are reduced. However, they changed the health pot system. So you only have 4 health pots, but you're actually getting every 30 seconds a health pot back automatically, right? So health pots slowly pretty much regenerate. And I think they generally increase the health pot dropping. You would think now, oh no, we get less healing, but that's wrong. Because actually, Fortify is healing you too. So they changed Fortify to work in a way that when you take damage, a part of your Fortify value is going to be consumed to heal you. And that is like a bonus heal on top of a heal. So if you're playing without barrier and you take damage, then Fortify, heal. Damage, Fortify, heal. Damage, Fortify, heal. And then you keep stacking that up again. 3 billion hit, Chad. Okay, golems are going plenty well without chaos powers, right? Golems are plenty strong currently. Love to see this. Nice. Golems look nice immobile, yes, because they gave them this jumping, right? And like they're consuming corpses for the cooldown reduction, plus I have lucky hit cooldown reduction consumption. That's why I'm running around like reaping everyone. So in case you wonder, Pony, why are you going around reap everyone? Because the reap is my bonus cooldown reduction that I just get. That's why I also don't need to play the other golems, because I just walk into the enemies and I just hold down my right mouse button. I cannot die because I'm consistently having like the Bone Storm just give me barrier, right? So we have here the Bone Storm barrier just going on. So I can just stand inside my opponents and I can just completely reap the living shiznit out of them. So that's kind of useful. Biggest issue right now is just having like the enough cooldown for the Bone Storm. We might have to put like one single skill point into what was it called again? One single skill point into rapid ossification would be a thing, because then I would get some more cooldown reduction on this. The Bone Storm is 80% bonus damage right now. That's why we're having it. Technically, we could also play a focus with cooldown reduction and an aspect on it. But there's no aspect that would be, like, strong enough. I mean, we could probably play Great Feast. Yeah, we could probably... that would equate to the same. But then I would lose my barrier. I mean, we can try it out, though. The problem is, this one also has cooldown reduction. And the Bone Storm is giving us damage reduction plus... critical strike chance, which is good. Bone Storm is giving us somewhat tankiness values, right? However, like, we might be doing billions of damage, right, John? Still, though, this is currently a Pit 55, and we're doing it with level 100 glyphs, right? Obviously, I can go further. That's not the point. But this just speaks for overall player power, right? Do you think Season 11 is so much better than Season 10? I mean, Season 10 will always be my favorite season for the up-and-coming times, to be honest. Because it was just brilliant. But I do like a challenge. So I don't mind the game being harder. Because it makes me just have more fun. Right? So what did I want it to do? We wanted to get a focus, right, Chad? A good, sturdy focus. Preferable with cooldown reduction. Let's see what my obol gambling is saying, right? Give me some more bags of obols here. Thank you very much. Okay, I like to have a focus. Where's focus? Focus. And I'd like it to have cooldown reduction. Obviously, that won't happen, right? Oh, there it is. There it is, chat. Woo, cooldown reduction. So instead of using the litless wall, and then you could put the aspect, and that's the thing. So how many minion aspects do you have? You have reanimation, that's 60% damage. That's it. That's it. You could possibly play Unyielding Commander for 110% damage boost. However, this would only be good if you could use it every 7 seconds. And I'm not sure how well that will work out. I mean, we can try Unyielding Commander, right? We get the cooldown of Unyielding Commander. Let's see, what can we do? So we do the 5 points in here, and then corpses are being left behind, which would technically be interesting, but we're also at 41 seconds, which is not really a lot. We have to get the cooldown reduction down, and we obviously have to reroll the life on kill to not life on kill. Right? What could we get here? That's not a lot you could get anymore. Critical strike chance probably, because we want to be at as high critical strike chance as possible, right? Let's destroy all of this. Masterwork. Temper it. Interesting. Wait, we have 75% golem to hit twice, right? And I could actually put on golem to hit twice. Ta-da! Ta-da! So we get 100% golem to hit twice now. And we would obviously want the cooldown reduction to be hit. I hate this. I hate this final stab. It's so... why do we not sanctify anything? Because sanctify is really just the very, very, very last step of your item's journey. So I don't think that sanctification should play a big part in what we're doing here right now. Shaco cooldown should help. Yeah, but a GA Shaco cooldown is not something you just get, right? You just don't get a GA Shaco cooldown. It's not like, oh, a GA Shaco cooldown would help. Yes, it would. Do you have one in your butthole, sir? Can you please pull it out? Because I would like to see your GA Shaco. Could you please show me that GA Shaco in your butthole? Please, sir. I would really like to see it. Could you just get it out of there? Thank you. We're gonna make royal gems because we are trying to go for a realistic power level. Okay, so I could make the ground gems, but what for? We're not trying to see what's maximum possible. We're trying to see what's realistic possible. We're already stronger than we would ever be, right? So, like, if I make now the biggest gems possible, what then? I wanted to change a rune. We need the ultimate cooldown rune. And I want to use the core skill, cooldown skill for trigger. Cast a skill with a cooldown. Because technically the amount we're using the golem should be nice. I think to get one mythic is not hard. Yeah, but you need to get the right mythic with the right greater affix cooldown reduction. And that's just gambling. It's not a question if it's hard or not, but if you actually need it to make a build work, then build not good. Oh god, they forgot a key, right? Let's see if someone is at home to open the door. Or if I have to. Ah, yeah. See, like now, my Army of the Dead is somewhat at enough cooldown. Yeah, that kind of works. If I can get Army of the Dead working for every single pack, that's nice. I need to see how well this works against a boss now. What do you think of the tower? Is it any good? Nah. Pass. It's not terrible, but it's also nothing where I'm like, wow, I need to play this so badly, right? This is something I really, really need to spend time with. More like, yeah, cool. I mean, will I still max out a character at some point? Will I still want to see how quick my builds can do it? Yeah. Do I hope that there might be a loot cache? I mean, the old Gauntlet used to have a weekly loot cache that you got for participating. So maybe, but honestly, unlikely. The problem is that you have no chance to compete in the leaderboard, right? You have to understand that the leaderboard is going to be filled with Asians that are totally legit getting all their equipment, right? And you're going to be like your little self who's actually farming solo and having fun. And then you're going to be like, oh, I should go into the leaderboard. Oh no, all of these people have like quad greater affix items that are perfectly sanctified. And they all have their glyphs level 100. I mean, alone grinding your glyphs to level 100 this season is going to be painful. Right? You're not going to enjoy grinding your glyphs to 100 this season. It's just not going to be the greatest fun of all of time. I mean, can you get your glyphs to 100? Certainly. It's not going to be as easy as other stuff, right? Is there a build guide for this one? On Mobalytics, you have the build guide for this one. We are tinkering around with things, though. I'm trying to see if Ring of Medallion is worth it. We're trying to currently look at if we actually want to play. Yeah, I have 500,000 toughness, and it's not enough. What does that mean? John? What does that mean when you have more toughness than can be displayed on a screen? Need to make it to a boss because I wanted to test out my power. So we're less tanky, by the way, with this setup, with the Army of the Dead. And I finally like that we have like a speed farming golem setup, right? Because usually your golem cooldown was holding you back. But as you can see, I can just go through. And this is not even the lowest golem cooldown possible, so I can definitely get it lower. No cap on unrest and armor is bad. It's actually not bad because you can get away with very low life. So I have only 5,000 life right now, and only 5,000 life is terrible. And if I actually stack armor and resistances, I will get away with this. However, that's also where the problem is, because where are my golems? My golems are not here right now. Oh, they're stuck. Great. They were just standing around there. I was commanding them, but they were not coming. So the biggest issue is with the system right now that you don't know what you have. Right? When I don't know what I have. I have 55,000 toughness. What does that mean? What does 55,000 toughness mean? I don't know. Is toughness easy to understand? No, it's not. So toughness says, toughness is the total amount of raw damage of each type you can take after considering all damage mitigation sources. Okay? So I can take 62,000 shadow damage before I die. But how much shadow damage is a Torment 4 boss doing? How much physical damage is a Torment 4 boss doing? Right? What does this mean? Season 11 comes out on the 9th of December. How much damage are we going to do against Belial now? Like, this is Torment for Belial, right? And he just swipes me with one hit if I don't have Barium. So the fun of using Army of the Dead definitely functions, but it makes me functionally too squishy. And we could still use the actual this, right? As a personal Bone Storm for the damage reduction. However, you probably have to use Soul Rift. Interesting part about Soul Rift would be cooldown reduction. Because Soul Rift does a lot of soul sucking, and all the instances of soul sucking have a chance to reduce cooldowns. So you should actually have faster cooldown reduction than ever, at least when I'm standing inside like a bunch of minions, right? I stand here right now. Yeah, that definitely will work. But we gotta work in our defense now, chat. We gotta work in our toughness. So what I believe with the toughness is that you now have to look into your board, right? And any armor, right? Any armor that you could take, not for your minions, but for myself. So if there's something like here, total armor percentage, you want to take it. If there's any resistance, you want to take it, right? I mean, I actually went over here to get more resistance. Same as like here, right? Whatever resistance you can get like down here, I definitely will need to get this. There's no questions asked if I should get this. I definitely should get this to make me more tanky. They actually changed this one. Wait, they changed this one too to armor and resistance. Wow. Wow. That's kind of cool. See, now suddenly my toughness is higher, lower. Oh, and on top of that, you obviously need to, since there's no limit to this, right? You technically need to consistently run instances. Right? Consider it, there's no limit. So more instance, more tanky. Right? Great Feast. Oh, not Heavenly Forged. Wanted to go to my Infernal Hordes. Okay, should we try out the Fireball Sword too, Chad? To see how well that's working. And obviously we also want to try out Frozen Orb. The problem is the Frozen Orb was doing negative Integra damage, so I'm not entirely sure how well that one is working. I'm probably gonna have to do the Frozen Orb for Fireball first and then Frozen Orb afterwards. So right now, like my resources are just rising up. My cooldown reduction is insane. I pretty much have the Golem every single second, right? So like usually, like I don't know how to make this clear to you, but usually when you play golems or anything or minions in the Infernal Hordes, it used to be absolutely atrocious because you just don't have the cooldown enough to actually use it, right? No matter what you used to do, like you were always having to make like hardcore compromises. And right now, this doesn't even feel like a bad Infernal Horde build, right? I have my golem more or less always, and I can actually pull everything together, and I can just dominate, right? Working plenty fine. What's Barter's purpose in Season 11? Neath Iron. Barter gives you Neath Iron, and Neath Iron is needed to re-roll your masterwork. Where are bosses like Duriel now, mods? They're still there, here. But you actually have to go into Torment before you can go to them. You just don't get them for free. Right? And then we have here... Oh, it's still a million XP. So the XP for Wister Cash is, by the way, insane. Those are our friends, the triple golems. Create a new character. Sork. FB. Where's my Fireball Sork from last season? Mobalytics. Fireball Sork. Wonder how strong that will turn out to be. I wonder.
Come, wanderer. Follow my voice.
Hello, Mr. Mrak. Character boost. I wonder if we have enough mana to still mess around with the... I need to rethink some skill points here because we actually need to get Barrier again, right? We need to get, using a cooldown grants, maximum life is Barrier. I wonder if we have to consider this or if we can get away without. I'm pretty much just restoring my old build. Okay, chat? Without too many changes. And Isus. Wonder if burn builds will be better than crit builds. It's a good question. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. This glass cannon? No. I got 1 point too much. What did I not take? Oh. I really hope Fireball is viable. Well, it was viable last season. Problem is, we are seeing significant nerfs now because you're going to get your class uniques, right? And now I might still have this Fireball staff, for example, here with the, not Vox Omnium, the Staff of Endless Rage, with the ranks to Fireball, correct? But I cannot also get more ranks to Fireball. So this one, I can now Masterwork. But what's going to happen? So it gets me more damage, right? And now I can hope for Fireball projectile speed or for Fireball cast twice, right? So you see that was Fireball cast twice. It got greater affix. Cool. So I'm guaranteed to have Fireballs to cast twice. That's obviously nifty, right? Oh, What other thing did we need? We needed Tal Rashas. That's a 13% Tal Rashas. I'm not even going to wake up for 13% Tal Rashas. Ring. 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 To 15%. Fine. Fireball gloves. Thank you for reminding me. Gloves of the Illuminator. Here. Which needs fireball attack speed, right? Because that's the best. And then you could still get ranks to fireball. Who knows? Critical strike chance. Doesn't hurt. Raiment of the Infinite. Guess we're still gonna play that, right? Raiment hasn't changed. Like, the thing is how much damage you're losing, right? Because now Raiment, usually Glass Cannon would be at 5 or 6 ranks, right? The Fireball would be here at 4 to 5 ranks. These Fireball ranks would be at 15 to 16 ranks. So there is a lot you're going to be missing out on in that regard, power-wise. Flicker Stab. I need a Crown of Lucian. But again, I don't know if we can actually afford playing a Crown of Lucian because we're going to make the mana cost higher, right, of our Fireball. But we don't have the resource to do this. So the only way how I could play Crown of Lucian would be if I had the Melted Heart of Selig. But we also can't play the Banished Lord's Talisman because the Banished Lord's Talisman is kind of useless for us. Since we don't have more maximum resource, right? I don't really see how we could play the Crown of Lucian there right now. But don't also see what else we would play apart from a normal helmet. Right? What's the little purple orb at the bottom? That's masterworked. It says you have the item 20 times upgraded, and then you went for the pinnacle masterwork. Maybe use the pants that give you more maximum mana. Problem is, with the pants that give you more maximum mana, that they now only have the greater affix to resource generation, but not maximum resource. Yes, you heard right. The pants do not give you more maximum resource anymore. I put them on. I'm at 100. Put them off. I'm at 100. Yep. I know, sir. Oof. What happened there? Let's put the Paragon points and see just how much damage comes out of this. As of right now. Melted Heart is making a comeback. Yeah, but that comeback is useless for 90% of the player base. Right? So yes, Melted Heart is making a comeback. Yes, Melted Heart will be there. It's useless for 90% of the player base. Because how many people are actually going to see the Melted Heart of Selig? Right? How many people are going to actually get it? I mean, sure, all the content creators are going to have it. Again, as always. Why wouldn't they? Right? But will you have the Melted Heart of Selig? Will I have the Melted Heart of Selig? Probably not. No Melted Heart of Selig, gang. Let me get the full armor. So this is now total armor percentage. It's interesting that this all changed to total armor percentage. And this is also total resistance percentage, right? Those are like so must-take notes at this point. It's kind of crazy. Richard Fane. Same here, right? We need to obviously get the total lucky hit chance, but we also need to get the total armor and the resistance. I mean, these notes have become so must-take-ish. Must-taketh. It's crazy. For Eliminator. And we go over to the side. And we're going to go for the fundamental release. That's also total armor now. I mean, your overall toughness like really depends on you taking all these fancy things, right? Tactician at this point. Gotta take this stack again too. Total armor percentage, wholesale, right? You get the crit. And over here, you have again the total armor percentage and the you cannot not take these notes, right? Considering that your toughness is like your actual goddamn defense, like it would be so ludicrous to say no to all of this. Oh no, I don't have enough points to make it. Because I need to take the total resistance here too, child, and I need to take the total armor there too. Really not sold on the toughness thingy. I mean, I took everything toughness-wise right now, and I sit at 26,000 toughness, which kind of feels really bad. Right? How did I end up at so few toughness right now after giving it my all? Explain, please. Here, I need not Grand Skulls. I need Royal Skulls. I could get more armor. Toughness gang Chad. Okay, we get the Flashfire aspect. And what else do we have? Something Fireball related? Is there something? I mean, you know what? I'm going to be simple. We're going to just do conceded for the time being. Conjuration. Okay. That was Orange Herald, and that's right now that. Have some Paragon notes been reworked? Yes, a lot of Paragon notes have been reworked. Not some, a lot. Okay, how we're going to feel damage-wise. We are currently sitting in Torment 4. I have 3,000 HP. And we got a Helltide. The new renown system is per season or every character per season. The seasonal rank is meant for all your characters. So as you can see, I got this unlocked on every character right now. I need to only complete pit set. See, I have this already done. I got my Resplendent Spark. I got the Harbingers. I only need to do pit 75 to get it done. Remember not long ago them trying to simplify armor and resistance? I do believe that the toughness system in the long run is better, But they definitely missed, like, giving us a lot of explanations. Okay, I'm almost dead instantly. Great. We're doing good damage, but we're not having mana. Chan. Actually funny because I'm so used to having like full mana at any given time because we're playing this together with the thingies. So we already need to now make sure that we actually restore mana somehow. I mean, you could do it very simple by just using a rune combination, right? So you could just go for, hey, what about core skill together with, was it Lum? Resource, right? That's possible. Why do we not have barium? Oh, wait a second. We need to actually get... Oh, we don't have this unlocked. Right. Ring with lucky hit chance to restore mana. It should be easy. So for mana restoration, I am not too worried on the sorcerer's part. Oops, I forgot that we needed to put the chain lightning in here. And do we still play the teleport? Probably. Out of mana once. Oh, wow. So we're doing low millions damage right now, chat, right? And every enemy contact kills you. At least the way how we're playing it. So might be that we have to play defensive skills again. Might be that we have to start playing what's it called again? Ice Barium. Yeah. Fireball gloves should help with the mana as long as they bounce. They're bouncing. I'm currently testing the Crackling Energy Sorg with no defensive with the cool bar. I mean, the new item is really amazing. So Sorg definitely has to figure out defense. I mean, I think like just 30,000 toughness is not enough, right? So you gotta like go and be, hey, so what about if we go for armor? What about if we go for armor, right? And then every item piece that's also not a, what is it called again? Instead of dodge chance, we need armor. Instead of dodge chance, we need more dodge chance. Armor. Like how much further this is going? Can this have armor too at this point? No. Instead of Hydras, we need armor. Where's my armor? You still get armor? No. I just wonder where it is. Okay. Chan, the item does not have armor. So now we suddenly got 4,000 toughness more. Check your resties. Your resties are like what they are, sir. My physical is the highest, but we're also taking physical damage the most. Yeah. Stop armor and everything. Wait, what did I wanted to do mana-wise? Mana-wise? The chat said something about Pony. Why don't you temper... so what you could just simply do is you could also just temper here the... Lucky hit chance to restore primary resource. Or you could just go for resource cost reduction to make it cheaper, right? But you could also get like resource back to the lucky hit. Enchantment. Oh, we currently have Chain Lightning and the Teleport Enchantment because we're using Crackling Energy for damage. Ah, wait, I teleported out for a reason. No! Chad, I teleported out for a reason. Leave me alone! I teleported out for a reason because I wanted to get something back. Thank you. Peril's Might is a great addition this season. Yeah, but you're going to get it at the end of the season, not at the start of the season. You know? I mean, yes, Tyrell's Might is nice, don't get me wrong, but you're going to get it at the end of the season. So you should play Ice Armor with mana regeneration and then probably on the cooldown reduction again, right? That would most likely be the way to go. And then we probably have to play also the barrier protection to at least get something. Surely. Sanctify is so random. Sanctify is insanely random, sir. Now we at least have some barrier going on. I did 30 million damage, chat. Look at me. I'm the chosen one. And this is nothing, obviously, compared to last season where we did do, what, billions of damage? Oh, I forgot to put my area in there. So at least mana-wise, we're good now, Chan. Right? As long as we're hitting things, we're kind of, like, secure. Yeah. We'll need to get a good old ice barrier going. Look at me, Mom! I am the chosen one! I am the one who knocks. However, this is only working right now with level 100 glyphs, right? This is something to keep in mind. I was out of potions. However, they rate the PTR Season 11 on a scale from 1 to 10. I mean, it's definitely a harsher game. So just jumping in, making things work, no, not happening. Not compared, like last season, like you just threw together something randomly and just had a lot of fun, right? This throwing together randomly and just having a lot of fun is not on the menu anymore, right? You get a meaningful sit down and think about your actions and what you would like to do and what you would like to pull through, which is a complete different feeling than obviously what we had last season. I do believe it will be very rewarding down the line, right? It will feel very good. How much slower is the leveling? Faster. Faster. If you actually... So, yesterday we did do the leveling, and everything gives so much XP, it's crazy. Okay? There are... How do I say this now? There are some activities that are overtuned. Okay? Clearly overtuned. But also some activities which are meant to be that way. So I only took 2 hours to max level. I started with a level 1 char, right? You have to do pretty much your... You have to do your Hero Slay the Duriels and so on. You gotta do your 5 Grim Favor thingies, and that pushes you forward so much. And if you then do your second character, look at my second character, he starts with 12 available points again. You want fun or rewarding? Honestly, it's fun and rewarding to level up. We pretty much put together a video this morning, TBX, where we wrapped everything up. Kind of like the way how Diablo feels right now with the new progression. And I gotta say, it feels good. But there needs to be some fine-tuning on the length of the Capstone Dungeons and other stuff. So yeah, as you've seen, like here, Fireball Sword, just trying to throw her together is definitely not leading to much success. Not in comparison to the Druid, to the, Necromancer. That reminds me, Boulder Druid, Chan. Boulder Druid. Could be strong. Try to find a Boulder Druid planner. Create a new character. Boulders. Boulders. When is the last boulder druid I made, Chan? Season 8. Did I not make a season 9 druid? Season 7? Oh, season 6. Wow. So long ago? Been a while.
Come, wanderer.
So the biggest problem with Druid right now is they nerf Grizzly Rage, guys. And you can't be stacking Grizzly Rage like crazy anymore. It's still a good skill, but it's somewhat awkward. See if we can find a Boulder Druid that's a bit more up to date. Question is, will we play Grizzly Rage Boulder Druid or will we play a Petrify Boulder Druid? Probably Petrify, right? Mm-hmm. So we need a Dolmen Stone. Pulverize. Pulverize is great, don't get me wrong. And Pulverize will obviously be the way to level as always, because Pulverize will just be as always powerful. Like nothing has changed about Pulverize. But since we know that, I would like to know how efficient is Boulder at this point. I mean, what I wanted to... There's one thing I wanted to main play. And what I actually wanted to play was something with Bad Omen. So 30% chance to dealing damage to immobilized enemies. The problem is that these lightning bolts are not the lightning bolts that are also coming out of the Cataclysm. And it's kind of like a bit weird. You would hope to do like a full lightning storm build, but it's not really doing that for you. Ever played Boulder? Then you certainly missed out, sir. Boulder is insane. And not only a little bit insane, it is a very much crazy. We need a Vasili's Prayer. We need a... Play a T-Bolt's Will if you wanted to. I wonder if I want to play Mjolnir Ring. Now if we're going to play the Petrify version. Right? The tempers are going to make it hard. Interesting. We might also have to play Iridias for the cooldown reduction. Shit. We tried Necro yet? Yes, we did Necro the whole morning. In case you missed it. The triple Golem Necro is going really, really good. So high recommendation. Really fun playstyle. Let me see if we need... Like, usually you would go for Nature Magic cooldown reduction. Because there's one problem with the build. Why did I just re-roll this? What I was looking for... I was, like... I don't know why I just redid that. So yeah, the biggest thing that you're looking for... Temper, manual. It's getting your Hurricane, the uptime of your boulders, right? And that's actually a problem. And I wonder if you can still do that. Because the whole goal with the boulder build is to have these boulders rotate around you continuously. Right? Wow, we played this with Hunter Zenith, really? For the time being. Okay, let's see. Let's put some skill points. So you need to do this, right? We need to skip over all the skills. We got Bulwark. Get that. And we get 1 point in here. Even though I guess you, like, it's only plus, it's not multiplicative. Poison Creeper, because we actually need the poison from Poison Creeper nowadays again. Then you go for this here, the good old Hurricane. And we get Hurricane to have them deal less damage. Then you get the Boulder, and the Boulder to have more crit chance. Actually, you could have the Boulder poison. Then you would not rely on the Creeper, probably. I'm going to play Petrify. I'm not sure if Petrify is what I would play in this version now, but let's just, like, we're really going with the old version. I just want to see how well it holds up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Where did I forget to put a skill point? Here. So the real trick with this has always been you need your Hurricane to be infinitely up. Okay? So form a Hurricane around you that deals damage to surrounding enemies over 8 seconds. And the way how this works is that you're getting yourself a two-handed weapon. Legendary. And that two-handed weapon is going to play the aspect of retaliation. Oh, that's a good question. Is retaliation still good? Huh. Huh. What am I talking about? Well, the thing is that retaliation gives you damage based on fortifying. And usually you have a lot of fortify. But I don't know if you are going to have a lot of fortify anymore. That's a legit question. And then we're going to play the aspect of the metamorphic stone. Okay. Here. Meta. With the aspect of metamorphic stone, my boulder is now a core skill. So we can now spam it. Okay. Thing is, we need to temper the hurricane duration. That's 37%. And then we also need to get it on the boots. So now it would sit at 13.78 seconds, but again, not enough, right? So unless I go for another temper now for hurricane duration, so I need 3 hurricane duration tempers to actually get the overlap. But that overlap is just barely, barely. You get it? Because, you know, we're a bear. So now we would sit at a proper overlap, right? We still play Storm Shifter. You still have the Storm Shifter aspect. While Hurricane is active, gain 5 ranks to your shapeshifting skills. And Boulder is a werebear shapeshifting skill. Have to play Gift of the Stack. We could probably just play Energize still. Actually, Maximum Life is now useless. Could go for Talon for the lucky hit chance. Is he not going to let me go Spirit Bonding unless I go to Tool Dulra Chan? That's so weird. So then you would walk up, do the hurricane, then start bouldering, right? And then you just have those boulders just rotate around you, right? And multiple training dummies. It's like where you're just gonna be zooting people over, right? So that's without Paragon points, by the way. Put some Paragon points in to boost our damage. And see actually what it comes out of. It's one of my favorite builds of all time. Because I just love the idea of having rotating boulders around you that smash everything into smithereens, right? I think you understand the allure of this, ladies and gentlemen. Who does not want to have like multiple billion pounds boulders just rotating in circles and truly going full carnage mode? That would be dominate. Dominate based on intelligence on the druid, yeah. Goodness, is that a while ago that we made this build? Goodness gracious, Chan. It's been truly a hot minute. Okay, then we get the... What is this? Earthen Devastation board. Yabba dabba doo. Please and thank you. This was Earth and Sky. Yeah, I still remember how to make this build, Chan. I'm old, but not that old. But look at all of these, right? This is total armor percentage. Like, all of these nodes went from optional to, if you don't take them, you're a goddamn idiot. I mean, how are we not going to make our toughness, like, trying to make our toughness be the absolutely maxed out stat? Explain that, Chan. Because it makes no goddamn sense to not do this, right? I mean, look at this board here right now alone. It's only a resistance board. Nothing else but that. So, like, even with 200 points, I am barely able to fit everything in I want to fit in. That's so weird. It is so weird, chat. Outmatch. Blind. Dexterity. Cool. So, after we put that all together, and there are the overpowers coming, finally. The boulders. In order to get more overpowers, though, you need to play the Zan rune still, right? Because the Zan rune will guarantee overpowers more. I guess we're gonna play Zen, and then we're gonna do more rune. I just put the Rune of Rituals back in. Leveling was going to be slow. No, leveling is definitely fast, but I'm not sure how much of that leveling is intended. Because the problem is that a lot of things are somewhat overtuned, so I assume we're somewhat meant to be at this level speed, but somewhat also not meant to be at that level speed. It's a bit of both. But who knows, right? Rune. Why don't I have Rune of Invocation? Yeah, I wanted to say. Just picked up Lum. Get out of the world and get killed. I've played your build with Shadowblight Necker. Thanks a lot. I need some upgrades to my gear. Can't go higher than Pit 74. On life server? Well, you gotta definitely work on that, sir. Oh, we're in normal difficulty. Oops. Sorry, chat. I forgot that we're still in the normal difficulty. My apologies. My heavy apologies. Huh. By the way, why are we just throwing things together without trying to absolutely min-max thingies here? Because we need to see how it works when we just throw things together. Right? I mean, that's just the way how it goes. In the last season, you could just do it, right? You could have just thrown things randomly together and it would just work. So obviously this season is different, but how far different is it? Like, right? How much more extra work do we need to put in? Oh, my actual resistances are all pretty good, I gotta say. Crit number 1, Chan. Fire. Hmm. Good. How much life do I have? See, I only have 8,000 life as a druid. What is that, chat? 8,000 life as a druid. That's nothing. Might as well not exist. Hmm. Better here. More density. I don't see any insane powers for this season, so we should see some good variations in build. No, Ubi Dad. Because you don't see any insane powers, you don't see a good variations in builds. Because if you don't see powers that actually shift up things, then only the best builds work. And the best builds are far and in between in the new reality of things. So that's like the big issue right here. Ah, okay, damage-wise it's working. Perfection. What do you want, chat? The meat grinder. Meat grinder, meat grinder, meat grinder, meat grinder. Do 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 do. Alright, so we need to work on that damage output. But just from a working standpoint, even with the missing things, even with no lucky hit chance to restore full resource, because that's what it formerly used. Okay, so this build always used lucky hit chance to restore resource. We're going. Oh, you know what I'm missing, Chad? Oops. I was kind of missing the every 6 attack will cause your next Earth skill to overpower. Ah, that's kind of awkward. Okay, I need to unlock this, but I wonder why this druid thing is not unlocked, right? Because, like, so the every 6 skill with the overpower didn't used to work because, and here it comes, it used to be kills, right? Every 10th kill, you have an Earth skill overpower. And that made Boulder Druid obviously weaker, because if every 10th skill is it, then what the hell, right? Pyro, good to see you there. And also Teach Dire. Thank you for the 92 and the 69 months. Oh, Rockets, Hundi, thank you for the 64 and the 18 as well. Greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So why are Spirit Bonds locked? I have all of this unlocked. Right? Unlock every boon from every spirit to gain access to Spirit Bonding. I did that. Why won't you give this to me? I know I clicked on the chat. Chat. It's not my first time. It's not my first rodeo. It says locked here. In case you miss it. It says locked. It worked for you? Well, congratulations. It didn't work for me. However, that's not the point, right? We're just here checking if things work right now. Yeah, with every 6 skill now being an overpower, that actually should go vastly better. Need more movement speed. Didn't allow me to cast my thingy again. Yeah, this is way more overpowers now. But despite having like 100,000 toughness, guys, right? So I have 100,000 toughness, but I die. But why? See, like that's where we're not understanding it, right? I don't understand why I die. Because I have like 11,000 life, right? I have the so-called 100,000 toughness, but why is that not enough? So where's the problem now? And identifying that problem is quite harsh, because obviously I died now to poison damage. Okay, that means I need more poison resistance, I assume. However, how am I supposed to know that now, right? I don't know. It's like when it comes down, toughness is a weird nut to crack. You have a build for Melted Heart Barb. I'm not going to make mythic item builds this like for the PTR, my friend. You gotta know which realistic builds are possible at first. I mean, maybe on the final day we'll go for something like this, right? A Melted Heart Barb is a power fantasy that most people will never achieve. You need to be tougher. Yeah, but I have 100,000 toughness, so how much more toughness do you want me to have? Right? And you see, it says 1,000,000 toughness right now, chat. So why is my 1,000,000 toughness not enough? All right, well, what do I need to do? I mean, my necromancer is tough enough with 50,000 toughness. Why not my druid? Explain. Since I poison now, we also die to fire and whatever. So you have your chance to die to whatever kind of thing. Is there still resistance gems? Yes, but resistance works different. So we have armor is all resistance. Okay, so you have your armor, which says reduces incoming damage by 63.8%. This applies to both direct damage and damage over time. You have 10,080 armor from primary equipment, blah, 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 blah. Then you have physical resistance, which reduces physical damage. Then you got the actual fire resistance, the lighting, the cold, the poison, the whatsoever, right? And all of this together is your toughness. And it tells you how much damage you're allowed to take before you die. The problem is, obviously, the toughness is everything wrapped together. So we have a lot of armor, but we have low resistances. Therefore, my toughness seems high, but it's not. If we would now decide, okay, sure, maybe instead of skulls, we should play diamonds, we are probably going to end up having the same toughness value, but only that the toughness value, obviously, this time is then going to be more skewed towards the elements, as you can see, right? So same toughness value, physical is vastly lower, but my actual armor is up, right? So now my actual resistances are up. So yay, but it's the same toughness value. Besides the toughness, I don't think Druid will do Pit 60. The damage seems pretty low. Nah, Pit 60 is easily possible. The damage seems low on everyone, though, right now. So the main problem with the low damage is that you're just missing all the additive damage, surprisingly or not. Because you're obviously going to be using your tempers for... you're going to use your tempers often for utility, right? I need to use my temper here currently for the hurricane duration. That my hurricane duration is up enough. So that's obviously something I need to do. There's no question mark if I'm not going to do that. And if I'm not doing that, I'm obviously missing out. Yeah. That's that. But because of this, I'm also going to be missing out on a lot of potential additive damage. What I believe is that you really have to look at your equipment, because right now I don't, like, my equipment is subpar, right? And I don't have a single item piece that's actually giving me the stats I want. Look at my hammer. It's maximum life, spirit on kill, and a chance to make enemies vulnerable. What's that? What the fuck is that? So you obviously, like, if we're looking at what we have here, we currently have 1,000 crit and 2,000 overpower. So yeah, we gotta now go to the occultist and obviously make sure that optimally the item would have like attack speed on it. Yes, your weapon can have attack speed again. So you want max life, attack speed, critical strike damage, and then preferable willpower. Right? Instead of a chance to make enemies vulnerable. What is that? But they can actually have 20% attack speed on a weapon. That's insane. Your rings, right, actually has critical strike damage. That's a good thing. However, instead of now having that lightning resistance, right, you would rather want to have attack speed on that one as well. Or critical strike chance, to be honest, because you actually do need critical strike chance, since you can't use critical strike chance tempers anymore, which is really sad because usually I would use critical strike chance tempers on earth critical strike damage rate to get it up. These here have like the hurricane duration, right? And those gloves have 75 damage over time. How much attack speed can they have at this point? I mean, you could probably have attack speed. You could have critical strike chance, willpower, max life, and or critical strike damage, right? Peeve, if this is the season 11 stuff, is what all streamers were excited for. I have no further comment. Peeve, I think you don't understand what excites people, right? You need to understand why this can be fun, because it's a more challenging way to go through the game. And I treat games like puzzles that I like to solve. And this is giving me an intriguing puzzle to solve now on how to exist in the new reality. Are we weaker? Yes, we are. Is it going to be more tedious? Yes, it is. But does that mean it's less fun because of this, right? No. It's different fun that you might not like anymore, right? How much resistance to all elements can you get on your items? I think it's a percentage, if I'm not mistaken. If you actually get elemental, let's check here. If I would reroll, I could get here plus 70 to all elements. Now, plus 70 doesn't sound like much, right? The thing is that if you get plus 70, it gets multiplied up by here. This is 58. So we're currently sitting at 1429. Okay. And this elemental resistance, like we get here a percentage increase, right? Total resistance, total resistance, total resistance, total resistance. So even a small value is worth it. I think once figured out, it will be cool. Exactly. Exactly. Once figured out, it will be cool. And people will once again find a way to trivialize it. That being said, toughness definitely needs an easier explanation because the explanation we have on toughness is useless compared to live servers, right? It's completely useless compared to live servers. What we could do is we could instead of Earthen Bulwark, you could also play Cyclone Armor if you wanted to. And have Cyclone Armor not push enemies back, but pull enemies in. Right? And then you could play the aspect of Cyclone. Here. So this now gives you more physical damage reduction and everything. So Cyclone Armor gives you anyways powerful winds surround you, grounding you, non-physical damage reduction and physical damage reduction, right? Which should be double dipping now because physical damage reduction is also non-physical damage reduction at this point. So I'm actually not kind of sure how that calculates, right? Is toughness a combination of all stats that make you survive more? Yes, that's exactly how it works. The Brimstone Capstone is not so much fun. Which one is the Brimstone? Which one is the Brimstone? Where's max life? Yeah. Good question, sir. Max life is gone from here. It's now only toughness and that. Man, it's ludicrous to expect your max life to be displayed there, sir. Why would that be a thing? Imagine expecting max life to be there. What's wrong with you? You know what the biggest problem right now is? That we're not getting the we're not getting the cooldown reduction on the petrify as we're supposed to. Because technically you're supposed to be able to spam petrify, just for you to understand, right? But we're not getting that right now because we are missing one spirit boon that for some reason the system does not want to give you. Right, the system was like, Pony, no spirit boon for you. And I was like, but sir, I'd like to have the spirit boon. Really? A lot. But consider that I'm also missing 20% armor from the seasonal. Because that one also doesn't work on new characters, right? So you would actually get 20% more armor. And you would get more elemental resistance from the seasonal. So those help. Best looking builds for season 11. So far, Golem Necro will definitely perform. So I'm not worried about that at all. Minion Necro in general should be doing plenty well. Frozen Orb Sorg does seem to be juicy. We haven't made one yet, but Frozen Orb Sorg did seem to be exactly doing what people expected it to do. Don't know about Hydra though. Barbarian seems to be flying. The problem is that most people that tried out Barbarian builds just went for Melted Heart of Selig Barb. And that's obviously useless, like, right? We need to know if a Barb without Melted Heart of Selig would work right now. Not because that it works with Melted Heart of Selig is obvious. Like, duh. Congratulations for finding that one out. How much life do you have? Oh, not much. We're currently sitting at 11,000, but my toughness is at 75,000 toughness. That seems to be enough if you also have the resistances up, right? When I'm not having any source of barrier right now, it's a bit sad. And my fortify is not coming up, which is even sadder. Because we're currently playing the aspect of retaliation that needs a lot of fortifying. And the problem is that they changed fortify to actually heal you. Why is that a problem that fortify is changed to actually heal you? Well, the problem is if fortify heals you, okay, if fortify is a source of healing power, then you're not able to stack up fortify anymore because you're consistently getting damage and then you like, right, and then you go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and that's actually a big stinker. So right now playing the aspect of retaliation is somewhat useless, I reckon. Frozen Orb Stork, I seen a Makuna with Mythic and level 100 glyphs at Pit 75 in around 10 minutes. Eraser, but that's normal right now. Sadly, that's normal. Damage is gone, yes. This is going to be a season where Pit 100 is a pipe dream, technically. Because, so the problem is, Masterworking used to be an insane source of power, okay? But what is Masterworking right now? I mean, I take my strongest item, the item that gives me here my bonus damage, the Dolmen Stone, right? That goes crazy with a 50% bonus damage multiplier that can go up to 500% more damage. But I can't meaningful improve the Wrath and the Crushing Earth skills anymore. By the way, we don't know. Do I play Changeling Dead? to changing that for a second and swap the boulder over to poison. Because we can't get the fortify up, right? So Blood Necro is cooked. I mean, Blood Necro has been cooked for a distinctive while already, sir. For a distinctive while. And when's the last time you've seen someone play a Blood Necro and be like, I am so happy I'm playing Blood Necro right now. Wow. I wish I could play more Blood Necro, right? Hasn't happened in a hot minute. There was a 368 million. See, like, just the difference in aspect right now. Because, again, like, we were playing an aspect on our two-handed weapon that works with more damage with Fortify. But we don't have Fortify, so obviously we're not getting that done. So now we're obviously doing more damage. I mean, I don't doubt that I can get this here to do billions again. So that's out of question if I will get that done. Just like how much you have to do to get to the billions. So Boulder can definitely get there. But again, it's like, yikes. Is there a viable human form build for Druid in this PTR? No. So the human form Druid build would have technically been Ravens, but Ravens nerfed. Maybe a full companion Druid can work again because you need all the cooldowns to actually reduce the cooldowns to then be lucky enough to hopefully have the Ravens go down with a pack leader, right? There is technically a build for Lightning Storm, but that's a big technically. It might work for leveling, but I don't assume that it will actually work very well for the end game. Pulverize still works. Pulverize absolutely still works. Rotten Lightbringer is absolutely still a super boost. Grizzly Rage got nerfed, however. The problem with Grizzly Rage is you can't extend the duration anymore. Okay. So Grizzly Rage now has a 10-second duration. Ja, ich werde den nicht alle essen. Dankeschön. I mean, you have the Rampaging Werebeast, which gives you another 10-second duration. However, the problem is, like, you activate Grizzly Rage, okay, Chad? You activate Grizzly Rage. You instantly get 60% more damage, and then you get the 100% more damage and all that kind of stuff. But the cooldown starts only counting when the Grizzly Rage is over. What does that mean right now? By the way, you might see quite some builds failing currently, right? Or not performing as you would expect them to. That's intentional today. Okay? We're pretty much trying to make builds with minimal effort. Right? That would have worked in season 8, 9, 10, 7, 6. Like in the last 5 seasons, all of these builds would have worked out of the house with what I did. Right now, they don't. Right? Wait, that's the wrong necro. Where's the other necro we made this morning? Oh, third test. How's Rogue doing? Bugged. Nothing for necro that's working, sir. Sir. What am I eating? These are piggies in a blanket. That's Necromancer in a nutshell here. You got just flying golems. They're going through. They're destroying everything for that negative fatigue damage. That's not happening. So you get a bunch of dive bombing golems. They're going dive bomb the shit out of everything. And that have permanent cooldown. Absolutely love that build. This is pit 60 with 100 glyphs? Yes, sir. So obviously the build will come out weaker, but obviously I will also have different affixes and everything. So it's like a given and taken. However, though, the overall power again is lower. I think a maximum of pit 75 is what we're going to see. So pit 75 is the new pit 100. If you're actually able to do like a pit 65, if you're actually able to get into Torment 4 and do Torment 4 bosses, I think your build is going to be good this season. And I know how that sounds. I know how that sounds, Chad. But so far, with the changes, with how it looks, the seasonal journey goal of finishing pit 75 is going to be somewhat rough. Yeah, pit 80 is the new pit 100, I'd say. That seems reasonable. This doesn't sound good. Well. Why doesn't it sound good? Like, the problem is your goalpost is pit 100, right? Your goalpost is getting your glyph to 100, or whatever, yada. However, why is that your goalpost? Why does that matter? Like, an actual pit finish doesn't matter, right? The goal is to get to Torment 4 and technically be able to finish the seasonal journey. That's the overarching goal of every season. Like, you obviously do have your personal goals, power-wise, that you're looking forward to. But you also got to consider what last season gave us in power. I mean, last season gave us in power an 800% multiplier on Druid, right? An 800% multiplier. Like, listen, chat, it was an 800% multiplier that's Druid right now missing. I mean, obviously, Druid is going to feel weaker because you're missing an 800% multiplier. Who would have guessed? Who the fuck would have guessed? So, I guess we just gotta work with a different kind of goalpost right now. But yeah, this is here how Necromancer works, by throwing golems around. It's beautiful. It's so strong too. And it works really well in every piece of content. The issue will be making this work while leveling, because while leveling I will have to use all my minions instead of just the golems, because you need like the golem cooldown reduction. So that's going to be tricky to get that low. And you need the aspect of Fell Gluttony, so if you're not getting the aspect of Fell Gluttony, and we all know that that can happen, you're anyways cooked. Need to do pit 100 to max out your glyphs? Yeah, but you don't need to max out your glyphs for any piece of content, usually. Ta-da! It's too hard for casuals. I fully agree. The current iteration we have here right now for casuals to get to Torment 4. Good luck. Good riddance. I mean, Brian, I don't have a single glyph to pit 100 currently. I mean, so Brian, just FYI. On my main account, currently in Season 10, I don't have a single glyph to 100. And I'm the content creator, right? Are we trying to justify the change? By all means, we're not, Mike. There's one thing here. One very important thing. You either stop playing Diablo, okay? Or you learn to deal with the new changes. Because obviously, there's still room for change, right? They can make toughness clearer. They can make minions easier to kill, right? We can adapt the life of enemies again, so we can make everything easier to kill. But the masterworking system is set in stone. They're not going to change that anymore, right? So the masterworking system is like, this is what we have. I don't believe, like, sorry. This is in, like, the tempering is also in. Sanctification, we can obviously tell them that they're shit for giving us options that could break items, right? So that's something that could potentially change. That we're not breaking items anymore. That's cool. Man, let's see what we can sanctify, by the way. Where's my Heavenly Forge? Here, we're going to take my Grave Bloom, and we're going to sanctify it now. Item is indestructible. That's bricked. We're going to take our Ring of Mendel. New affix added. Attack speed. That's kind of cool. We got Fist of Fate. New affix added. We got resource cost reduction. That's completely useless. Kraken of the Wake. We got affix upgraded to greater affix. Oh, congratulations, I guess. Blood Moon Breaches is item is indestructible, so bricked as well. On my offhand here, that has a golem hit twice temper and everything. We got new affix added, critical strike chance. That's kind of cool. Random gambling, Chad. This one could have... No, I can't risk that one. This one could get... What can this one get? Affix replaced. I get critical strike chance on the chest piece. That usually cannot get critical strike chance. And new affix added. So, important is... What I was trying to say, Mike. For me, the game personally is still fun. That's why I keep playing it. If you obviously dislike the changes, stop playing the game, right? I'm not telling you to just suck up everything they're doing, but the reality is that these are the changes. We can still twiddle and tweak a little bit on numbers, right? Name of the Angel, this Hadriel. But wholesale changing the complete system is obviously not happening, right? So either you enjoy what they bring or you stop playing, because that's how you can vote, right? You can vote with your wallet. Just don't play the next season. I'm a simple man, though. I try to find fun in what's there instead of complaining about what's not there. Rather pragmatic, but it allows me to enjoy myself more when I play computer games, right? And if I constantly imagine what could have been, and what should be, and what would be, and what we should have had, and what we don't have, yeah. Sadness lies that way. Should we try something interesting, chat? Do you want to see something? We can try to get the Bone Spirit cooldown low. I want to know if that's possible. Remember the Bone Spirit build? There used to be this Bone Spirit build that, with a Shattered Spirit aspect, can spam like crazy. I wonder if that still works. When's the last time Helltides, Pit? That build used to work also in Season 9, if I'm not mistaken. I think a lot of people kind of forget, like, you know, a Season 9 top finish was Pit 110. A Season 8 good finish was like the best. See, this was Season 8, chat. This was Season 8. 124, 118, 117, 116, 130. And these are the best players, right? Necromancer was Pit 116. This was the absolute cracked out dudes. So, like in Season 8, you were happy if you even remotely get to Pit 100. I feel like a lot of people have forgotten that already. Again, right? I mean, what was Season 7? Season 7 was... Yeah, the Season 7 was bugged. I remember. Yeah, Season 7 was bugged. Everyone was kind of doing Pit 150. The tower needs improvement. I mean, the tower's shit. Elkin. The tower's shit. I'm totally with you there. Absolutely not enjoying that one. Okay, so what can we do, ladies and gentlemen? We need to get the super all boost. Okay, so what are we trying to do? We're trying to recreate the Bone Spirit build. Now, the problem with Bone Spirit, is in last season you had a guaranteed overpowers and critical strikes. Okay, but also with tempering, we could easily get the Bone Spirit to the point where we wanted it to be. But now missing that master working in tempering, I'm not sure if we're ever going to get in that direction again. So that's actually worth the investigation here. Let's put this all up. Then we get this up. And now the big issue is with the Bone Spirit. So we can get here the Bone Spirit and we can get the crit. So that's important. We can get the Serration for the bonus crit probably. We have to get the Rapid Ossification, right? But we also can't go for Rapid Ossification Tempers anymore, which is quite interesting. We have that. We have the Bone Storm. Actually, do we have the Bone Storm because of the critical strike chance? Yes, we have the Bone Storm because of the critical strike chance. We need to get these 3, and we actually need to get this as well. Let's leave the 4 points open. So we have the Bone Spirit for spamming. The Bone Spinners are obviously not there. We get the Bone Storm, and you get the Corpse Tendies to pull together. We don't have the Curse. We get this one. We get the Corpse Explosion for the time being. And we are in need of Blight. Yeah. Then we're obviously going to sacrifice this for crit. Actually, it needs to be shadow damage, sadly. That needs to be vulnerable. That needs to be overpower. Actually, no. You can't do the overpower. Because that's the issue, right? I would usually do the overpower. We can't do that. And we need the golem to be crit. So, now, the biggest issue with this build will always be in order to get our spirit back, we need to temper the Macabre Skills Restore resource, right? However, at the same time, we would need Bone Spirit Critical Strike chance, right? Because if you're not getting Bone Spirit Critical Strike chance, we're kind of forced to, like, how do I get this now up to 100%, Chan? Optimally, we're forced to pull the points out of here right now for the time being. So currently, we're sitting at plus 10% and plus 20. So that's plus 30% together with a 12 from there. But that's only putting us. You really need a lot of crit, but you have 4 affixes on Gear Hunts. That's also something to not laugh about, right? We might not have the temper, but we get the 4 affixes. So we get now 18%, we get 38%, we get 48%. Are capstones challenging? If you do them with level 30, yes. But it's stupid to do them with level 30, so you don't. So that's a 7.5%. That would be... I mean, obviously, I would need way other greater affixes and so on, right? But I just need to know if I can actually, like, if the build is still functional, right? Okay, can I have critical strike chance? What is this? Godness Christ. They just wanted to make me mad, Chan. And we need cooldown reduction on this one over crit chance. Oh, that's shit. No, I saw the cooldown reduction, but I pressed the wrong button, Chan. Thank you. So, crit chance. Life on hit. I wonder if life on hit is actually a good thingy, by the way. Crit chance. So now we're sitting at 24.6 plus the 12 is 36. But that's still not enough, right? That's 36 plus 30. So with everything we just did, we're not even close. So yay. We're sitting at 66 crit chance. I only need 34% more. Can you not hit the crit with masterworking, only with the final one? My friend. So yes, I could hit the crit with masterworking. You know what it takes to do that? What about Paragon notes? There is a Paragon note that helps. But just think about how much of a late game build this makes this. Right? Put on your thinking caps for a second. How much of a goddamn late game build is this being turned into? I mean, like, seriously. You can choose Bone Graft. Bone Graft board, kind of cool. If you then want to play it, because Bone Graft is giving you more essence. And it gives you here more critical strike damage, right? And it gives you the essence glyph. But most importantly, if you actually go all the way into the Bone Graft board, it has damage reduction and armor and life and resistance. But all the way up here, the Bone Graft board also has crit, and crit. So that's somewhat something. But still, with this, we're still sitting at 10.97 seconds. So we need more cooldown. That means my helmet needs to have cooldown, right? Let's try to roll those thorns into cooldown reduction now. Because without it, that's a bust. Cooldown, there we go. So we're officially sitting at 10:06 seconds. Use the rune that gives you 50% crit chance. Not a bad thought. His ranks. It's 25 though, not 50. So we're sitting currently at 50% critical hit chance, ladies and gentlemen. So we would go up to 80%. Oh wow, I currently have Great Feast running. What do we have Great Feast running? We need Bone Spirit. And that would be the Shattered Spirit aspect. Into the Decaying Humerus. Oh, Decaying Humerus is already on. Oh, Interesting. Spirit. We could actually play in Prison Spirit again. Interestingly enough, but no, we need adaptability. At Moonrise. Right? And what we then need... Oh, this is good, chat. I forgot. We need a generic unique. Aha. Because we're 10-second cooldown reduction. How would we now get more cooldown reduction? Who knows? Raise your hand if you know. What would be the easiest source of cooldown reduction I can pull out of my butthole? Good old Pengorder's gauntlets, right? Changes with a greater FX to cooldown reduction. Problem is, so the biggest problem with cooldown reduction in general right now is, so you see this 13.2%, right? And that would make you happy. Now, even if I masterwork it, that 13.2 is going to stay 13.2, right? Like, the only thing I can do is make another affix a greater affix as well. But I cannot influence the actual cooldown reduction anyway. Right? I might get lucky that the masterwork is actually throwing out what I'm looking for, or it might hit the crit chance or whatsoever. But it's unlikely. So you can't actually rely on the masterwork to really push you in a way that makes your build functional. At this point anymore, right? Put on a weapon. I'm sorry for stressing you out. Oh, I'm still normal. Obviously, I can't get what I'm looking for. Sorry. I forgot I'm still in the normal difficulty. So, we need to go to the Purveyor of Curiosities. Get ourselves a critical strike damage life on hit intelligence blade. Oh no, actually, I am wrong, chat. Ignore me. I am lying. I'm a dirty, filthy scoundrel liar. And you are all part of this scheme of lies. I need a shot of Rathiel. You know how much more important it will get now to get the perfect rolled thingies? It's gonna be so important. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, we're now officially almost at 20%. So what chat was saying is, Pony, you need to play the crit rune. Gar for 25% more. And since it lasts for 5 seconds, do we play Sir Gar? Because that would technically make us be consistently at max crit. Terrible, right? Okay, which means now, if I go for my multiple training dummies, I activate things, I hit him here. We made it cooldown wise, chat. So the cooldown is cooldowning. We actually brought it down to 8.8 seconds, right? And we can, as long as we're critting, we can hold it down. So that part is at least working. However, a lot of the damage is obviously gone that we used to have, right? Because you're not getting all the basic skill ranks. I mean, we're sitting at 10 ranks right now. And on main server, we're sitting at 21. So I feel like this build here has way too many moving parts to even remotely get to work, right? Because I need to patch up so many weaknesses of the build. I need to like really look for that resource. I need to look for that crit, right? And I don't have the aspects, the tempers, the everything to even remotely go in that direction. Oh, we could probably play a Crown of Lucian instead of this helmet, though, right? But it works. Okay, so step number 1, you can get the cooldown reduction low. That's a good thing. I'm quite happy to see this. Still, yeah. At least you try. Well, we tried to make it work functionally, and that's important, I think. Like in my eyes. Oh, since when is this in here, Chad? Was this always in here? Or is that new? Because we have a smith in here now, an occultist. We got a jeweler in here. Oh, how did I never pay attention to this? It's quite useful. Damn. So you don't actually have to teleport out if you want to make changes. I mean, this is amazing for testing purposes, right? If you just want to test a different aspect, if you just want to throw around like some masterworking blah whatsoever, if you just want to jeweler up, like, oh wow, the training grounds just became perfect. What about Bone Spear? I used to love that build. I mean, Bone Spear is already not doing enough damage in Season 10 with all the boosts that you could be getting, Dono. So, yeah. The problem is, they tried to make Bone Spear. So, Bone Spear had this happening here. Bone Spear deals 40% more overpowered damage and restores life, right? And you used to have the aspect that said Bone Spear overpowers enemies in Bone Prison. Bone Dusters. Bone Spear deals increased damage to enemies within Bone Prison, and the first Bone Spear to hit each enemy within is guaranteed to overpower. Terrible. It used to say enemies inside Bone Prison get overpowered Bone Speared, and that was crazy. And now, with the Bone Dusters aspect nerfed, the whole fantasy is gone again. Is Barb going to be OP again? Barb seems to be the only character where you're going to say, wow, this seems to be working very well. Barb also received a wholesale buff. There was an interesting post from Mikuna this morning because they tried to slow down Sork. Okay, Chan? And this is what Barb does. Quality is obviously shit. Sorry. You know? Can't quality this up. But yeah, this is Barb, like, this is Barb with Leap. Yay. Yes, Barb should be very strong. Kind of cute, isn't it? Each leap keeps your full fury full too for Selig. Yeah, but you know, again, more like Selig builds are not the norm. This is so stupid after the teleport change. It is. It is. I mean, if you look again for that barbarian, and then you're like, hey, I'm a necromancer, so I can walk to my targets. You know? I can walk to my targets. I'm I'm happy. Thank you very much. Oh, a rogue beef for season 11. Dance of Knives is currently broken. It seems like rogue is really not in a good position. Yeah. So Dance of Knives is completely broken right now. It's hard to actually test then. Mm-hmm. Barbarian seems to be wholesale happy. Druids are whining. I didn't check any Spiritborn things. Haven't heard from them. Sorks are unhappy. And well, that's not true. The Sorks love their new item, the Ores of Ain. Ores of Ain is actually pretty good. Yeah. Are playing Rogue today? No, we're not going to do a Rogue build today. Main thing we wanted to get off our shoulders was the what was it called again? Wait, it was the Golem Necro, because I knew this would work, right? I'm very pleased with a triple Golem Necro just going absolutely to town on everything, including Infernal Hordes, Hell Tides, bosses, whatever. They're just fun to play. What I still want to do is Frozen Orb. Right? So I wanna do Frozen Orb because I think Frozen Orb could work. I'm just at the time to do that, right? Reborn just done a 92 in Tower, Robert. Well, I mean, like these are all maximum out character. I'm obviously looking for normal finishers, right, Robert? And if we're throwing enough mythics at the problem, each build can still perform. So this is very important in the current climate, right? As long as you're throwing enough mythics at the problem, you'll still be able to make a build work. You just got to throw more mythics at it, right? I mean, the Air of Perdition, the Starless Skies, all that kind of stuff, because they are great multipliers. And that's the thing. Since they took away all of our meaningful... Come on, brain, saying. Damage multipliers from tempering and masterworking. It's all down to aspects again, right? That's like, I think that's actually very important. Because now my aspect here is 49 out of 60. That's 11% I'm missing on 3 golems. That's 33% potential damage I'm missing out on, right? This not being 300% is a 40% damage that's missing on 3 golems again, right? The Ring of Mendel not being maxed out also, again, damage miss. So there's so much potential damage that we're just missing out on. That, like, just due to the aspects, right? So this is obviously maxed out aspect, which is also something you have to consider. We have all the maxed out aspects right now. Season 11 is Seasonal Melted Heart. No, I heavily disagree. Unless you're playing a class that actually uses the Melted Heart, like a Barbarian, or maybe even the Sorg. It's definitely not going to be the Season of Melted Heart. I mean, for the top bar finisher build, definitely though. That's the thing I'm realizing. Without mythics, most builds doing a joke of the damage. No, without mythics, most builds are doing realistic damage. And the realistic damage of a lot of builds is just sad. Right? So yes, throwing mythics at a problem makes builds work. But that doesn't make them good builds and good realistic builds, because this is something that I don't know has been distorted for quite a while now. Like, a good build should work with a key unique, right? So I'm playing a Golem Necker right now. If I get my Grave Bloom and the cooldown reductions I need, right, then it should work. Like, obviously mythics will make this stronger, but you don't need to be smart to know that, right? But if the build doesn't do adequate damage without the mythic, then you can, like, yeah, yikes. I wish Rogue could get back to the top spot. Rogue is potentially just going lower and lower at this point. Not anywhere close to the top spot. I've seen some Sork builds. Like, it's funny, we've been going from, like, permanent overpowers now to critical strike damages, right? So that has changed. Mythic should not be required for builds. Yeah, I mean, if a mythic is required for a build, then it's obviously a super, super, super endgame build, but you got to get to that point first. Right? It's going to the best class in Season 11. It's too early to say that because we're still up for heavy change at this given point. I don't believe Blizzard leaving the power as it is right now. You got to consider that. So this is the Golem Necro, right? Obviously, again, we're not perfect out. However, we still have every item 12 times masterworked, okay? We have some items sanctified. So this would be super endgame. We have our Book of the Dead sacrificed towards what we need sacrificing at. Oh, we have our bonus damage multipliers and all that kind of stuff. We have 200 plus Paragon points in. We could obviously get some more Paragon points. We could get some more willpower to push the golems further. So there's still room for growth in that regard. And all of our glyphs are 100, right? If I now go here for a pit 65, for example, with 100 glyphs that I wouldn't have, because in a pit 65 I would have level 45 glyphs, right? So obviously I can kill these things, right? Obviously I am doing billions of damage, but that billions of damage is fueled by me having all the gear, me having all the masterworks, right? Me having the pit 100 glyphs and all the timbers and all that kind of stuff. If you consider, what did we do last season, Chad? So last season I had my druid with 170 Paragon points with 0 masterworks, more or less, right? 4 times masterworked, and definitely not the best items in the world. And he was doing a pit 100 on his left butt cheek. Like, obviously, don't compare last season and this season. Oh, there was a 7 billion hit. We did it. But yeah, that's the difference we're facing. Enjoyed last season. Oh, I will definitely enjoy this season too. But it's gonna be hard. Like, you know, it's gonna be funny because if you finally make a good build, people are gonna look at it and gonna be like, "Wow, this build deals really low damage." And you're gonna have to tell people that no, this build does not deal really low damage. This build does actually do really high damage. It's just that the high damage is low in comparison to what used to be. That the new reality is quite sad. Yeah, Golem Necro at least feels super tanky, which is the one advantage of Necro, right? Most Necros can feel rather tanky. Necro has good Paragon boards for that. Necro lacks in mobility speed. I mean, welcome to not being a Sorg, sir. Welcome to the class that has absolutely not a single mobility skill. No, wait, Chad. We have a mobility skill. The mobility skill is called the Inexorable Reaper. So I only have to actually play... Wow, this dude is so damaging. I only have to play the Sever, and then I have to use a Boots aspect, and that Boots aspect needs to be the Inexorable Reaper, and then I actually have a teleport with a high cooldown. Isn't that great? I don't understand why Blizzard wants things slow. The only imagination I have right now is that the new expansion is going to be quite a different game from this point forward. So I cannot, for the love of God, explain myself why Blizzard would do what they're doing to a degree. Again, the changes are not as terrible as people make it out to be. You are going to have quite a good time with the changes regardless. However, like, I'm missing the reason why we needed these changes, right? What sparked them? Because it's obviously a significant different game. It's going to definitely be a challenging season. That we know. Wasn't Season 10 one of the most populated so far? I would argue it was. The question is, how many players are actually going to return for a harder season, right? For a more meaningful season. By the way, again, chat, we have 47,000 toughness, right? And we just randomly died there because, again, I don't actually know what my 47,000 toughness does. I don't know what it does. Okay, so yeah, it's that. Oh, I sanctified all my items, so I cannot change the bone storm duration. Somebody's new vision of the game, yeah, but they don't have a new somebody. That's the point. Is the monster AI noticeably different? Good question. The answer is no. I haven't like noticed like, oh no, I'm being backstabbed by AI way harder. The only thing I notice is how the game has become an absolute clusterfuck of effects at some point right now. Where, depending on what you go into, it's kind of crazy. So by the way, that's us in the overworld, right? Feels good because everything just dies. I mean, compare this to the druid or the sword, right? Both were struggling. But again, this is me in the overworld with like 100 glyphs, right? This is what you got to consider. So I have 100 glyphs in the overworld. And then this feels like really, really good. But what if I didn't have 100 glyphs? The negative damage, Danman, is a random thing. It's not actually damage my characters do. It's like some weird Integra that just slips up no matter what you do. What class are you going to play for Season 11? Oh, I'm definitely going to start with Necro. I mean, that triple golem build here is just pure love, and I would like to see if I'm really trying to max it out meaningful. And not only if I'm trying to max it out meaningful, if you're actually, if you're building into it. So the thing is, right now, I obviously went to Torment 4. I got myself the Paragon points. I made the character work. So how is this build going to feel when you're easing yourself into it, right? When you finally get the item, when you don't have everything max rolled, and when you're slowly just improving step by step by step. Right? That's where it's going to be very intriguing. And yes, we have to get rid of these random deathies. Which I guess we could probably just get over when we have proper items. I mean, look at this chest piece. That has intelligence, essence per second, armor, and critical chance. Not even max life. This one at least has max life. That one does have max life. We get max life over here. And we definitely max life over there, right? To make everything work. Also need... When we get 87.3% crit chance. Damn. That's good. What I wonder is if the current feedback is going to spark Blizzard to postpone the season, or if they're like content with what we have, right? Think there will be a Black River build in Season 11? No. I mean, there wasn't even a Chaos Black River build, sir. Like, you know, in the season where we've had the most damage arguably so far, even in that season, you didn't have a Corpse Explosion build. So how would we have a Corpse Explosion build in the season now that does less damage? No, in the season now of, like, you need to squeeze out every single drop of damage possible. And Black River is obviously not a build where you can do that. How would that work? Sanctification is so lame. My problem with Sanctification is that it's wholly random. Right? Like it's completely 4,000% random. Like right now I get here, ignore durability loss. I got critical strike chance. I got myself a greater affix. We have ignore durability loss. We got resource cost reduction, critical strike chance. So, for example, this is my 2 greater affixed Fist of Fate, okay? And I get a resource cost reduction on it. And that's bad. So this item is essentially ruined because I could have gotten another aspect. I could have gotten another greater affix. I could have gotten a damage multiplier to my minions. So now I have to get another Fist of Fate with a greater affix to lucky hit chance that also has a good roll on the aspect, right? And then I could sanctify again and hope for the best. The way Sanctify is right now, it's the final step in an item's journey, and it's potentially going to be annoying, sad, and boring, right? So I'm gonna put my item in. I'm really excited to Sanctify right now, correct? I'm just sitting here and I'm like, fuck yeah, maybe I'm gonna get something good, right? And you're gonna click that, and you get item is indestructible. And you're like, wow. Someone kill me, please. Right? That's it. Excitement gone. This is really, 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 really big problem. Okay, you know what we're gonna try right now? We're gonna go into. Oh shit, we can't go. I thought there was another Capstone Dungeon. No, there's not another Capstone Dungeon, John. I am so sad right now. I thought we had another Capstone Dungeon that we could go for because we did all the Capstone Dungeons. FYI, chat, right? We finished them all. We pit tier 60, pit tier 75 is the last one you would have to do, right? But we got the Tempest Oasis. We get the Sins of the Many. Sad. Exactly like Vol Orbs and it's pure shit. No, Vol Orbs are actually better because Vol Orbs could like really significantly improve your item in PoE. You have to understand why Vol Orbs are so much better. So in Path of Exile, you could get another socket slot, which is obviously insane because socketables in Path of Exile are insane. So getting like another socket slot is crazy. Or you could just improve one of your affixes, prefixes, suffixes, sorry. Also, like the Vol Orb did do something significant to an item. Whereas Sanctify, I mean, I literally got a resource cost reduction on my Fist of Fate. Like, they might have as well kicked me in the nuts. Right? How many capstones? 5 capstones. Kidding. And this one got ignore durability loss. Why don't you kick me in the nuts? The problem with sanctification is you need to temper, waste resources. You need to masterwork, waste resources. And now think about it, chat. Think about it for a second. If I now go to the jeweler, I take my amulet, and I would re-roll my amulet 20 times to get the proper skill ranks. Okay? Chat, listen, okay? So we all know how cool amulets can be, right? We all know what amazing things amulets can have. The problem is that the sanctification can remove an affix too. So let's assume you have an amulet with two skill ranks, with 2 bonuses to skill ranks. And then you go to the sanctification and it just removes one of those. It just removes your fueled by death. I mean, the amulet itself is probably 50 billion in money worth, right? And just with a click of one button, the item is gone. Do you not think they will change this? Oh, they will most likely do something about it, but this is why we're having these discussions, chat. Right? It's not, so I'm not saying it's over, Joe ever. Nothing will change. We're doomed, right? Everyone stop playing Diablo right now. It's over. The game is dead. No, we're not saying that. We're just speaking our thoughts that are valid and what's making us sad. Right? What does 469 Shadow Resistance even mean? John Doe, come closer. No kissing. If you look at your armor states how much physical damage reduction you have. Right now I have 67.4% physical damage reduction. Problem is that a lot? Or is that not a lot? Then on my resistances, I got 63.2%. Okay? Or here, with 600 more, I got 6% more. 5%. 4. Sorry. I got 4% more. So 600 is 4%. However, not always, because diminishing returns, right? So if I now double shadow resistance, I'm not sitting at 120% shadow resistance, right? If I double shadow resistance now, I would be sitting at, what? 81%. Benny, I never did a flurry build. I don't know why you keep asking about a flurry build. I never did one. Oh, the PTR is extremely important. Remember that one PTR that made them postpone a season? Because they noticed, shit, our game is shit right now. What was it? Season... Was it season 7? Was it season 8 or 9? Where they had to postpone the whole thing. There was something there. Definitely. Okay, so what do we have to do now? We noticed that Fireball doesn't work, chat. So we made a Fireball Sork. Fireball Sork was sad. That means let's actually look at Frozen Orb shenanigans, I'd say. So, where did I have my Frozen Orb from? I had, like, we experimented with Frozen Orb, but when did we make this? I know we made one, but when? And where did I save it? Mac. We need crafting material. No, not crafting materials, Mac. We need equipment. All uniques. That's a lot of affixes. Amulet. Amulet. Ring. Ring. Okay, so we get the Fractured Winter Glass. Fractured Winter Glass has a chance for Frozen Orb projectiles to cast twice, right? Conjuration cooldowns are reduced by 0.3 seconds when a Frozen Orb explodes. Frozen Orbs deal 8% more damage per active summon and have a 65% chance to create a random conjuration when cast. Plus, lucky hit, your summons have a chance to launch nearby Frozen Orbs at enemies. So that's the Fractured Winter Glass now in a nutshell, right? And what you also want to have is the... Wait, let's actually do this in Torment 2. No. I need lair boss keys. Why are we doing this in Torment 2? Because I know I can just easily delete the boss in Torment 2 with the current Fireball build. We need to kill Deceiver. But which boss is it again? Ores of Vein is Barshan. Okay.
I'm not ready yet.
I feel like if you're saying the game is making me sad that it's kind of failure for the game, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that this season is a season that a lot of people should sit out on. Okay? I know that sounds sad to say, but I genuinely believe like if you don't think these changes are good, definitely sit out on it and wait for season 12, potentially the expansion, to hope that they fine-tune this. Right? Because like a little truth here, chat, for a second. It took them season 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to make the game good again. Right? I mean, in season 6, they changed the game tremendously. Season 6 was the expansion with the new level system, new torment system, new everything. And it took them 7, 8, 9, and 10 to finally bring the game to a good point. And now in season 11, we're changing it again. So how many seasons do you think it will take to get the game streamlined another time? What do we say? Varshan. The new item is a maze, right? Stars of Endless Rages. Or give feedback. I mean, you should always give feedback if you feel like giving feedback. Problem is, though, that they will keep these changes moving forward. Yes, Tuck to Nook. These are not just seasonal changes. The masterworking and tempering stays, the toughness stays, the seasonal rank actually stays, but I gotta say that the seasonal rank is fun, so I won't accept seasonal rank slander, brothers. I won't accept this. Seasonal rank slander not in my house. I like this one. I think this is an okay change. Tempering is fine. Masterworking is la-la. Sanctification obviously needs a couple of pathos over before it's good. I do believe we need to lower enemy HP though. Like I truly wholeheartedly believe we need to temper down monster health. Then it works. Because right now, the way how monster health is, how boss health is, too many builds are unviable. Right? I mean, barely any build will work. Like there's a handful of builds that will work. 1 or 2 per class instead of 5 or 6 per class. And we're talking not only about not working, like you might get into Torment 1 or 2, right? Okay, is this not dropping, Chan? Is this not dropping? It says Varshan, I'm not crazy. Orza Vein drops from Varshan. Has any one of you actually gotten an Orza Vein already? I could probably, you know what? I could just gamble maces until I have it. Fuck that. Give me my Orza Vein, you little shit. Worst season was Spider Pat. I won't accept Spider Pat Slender, sir. Spider Pat was one of the best seasons because they had the vaults. And the vaults were the best thing in the game. I will not accept Spider Pat Slender. Come on now. Also, worst season so far. Exactly. Idaho. You're saying worst season? Well, I race by worst season so far. TBX. Don't worry. There's always another level of disappointment they could bring. You still have to select the loot every single time from Baal. Yep. Every single time.
Greetings. How shall I guide my
By the way, I saw a Frozen Orb Sork, guys. The Frozen Orb Sork only had 4 greater affix mythic items. And then it was working. Okay, let's gamble maces until we get what we want. See, I told you there are Orzavanes there. Look, I mean, by the way, look at how many Orzavanes, Chan. What is this? Hey, chat, does anyone want an Orzavane? All of these are sad. I want a better one. I mean, I would have loved to find a greater affix one, but here I am, just... 29%. What does Orzavane do? It's actually quite cool. I kind of like the design of this. So Orzavane says, for each defensive skill not in your action bar, you deal 29% increased damage and gain its associated enchantment effect. So you move Teleport out, you move Frost Nova out, and you move Ice Armor out. But that also means that you're going to get the healing potions apply Ice Armor and have a chance to refund themselves, right? We're going to get Unleash, up to a 10% chance to unleash a Frost Nova after hitting an enemy. You're going to get the Teleport. That shows a 4.02 seconds cooldown, even though it cannot be cooldown reduced for some reason. And you're getting the Flame Shield on top, right? No defense, though. Well, if you're playing Frozen Orb, and if you're unleashing Frozen Orb, you should be fine without a defense. I'm saying you should be fine without a defense, but what do I know, Idaho, right? Technically, if we make sure to get enough cooldown area shenanigans, it should work. Okay, where's my Fractured Winter Glass? Did I just break the Fractured Winter Glass? I think I just broke it. I might have accidentally broken. Oh, 3 ranks to Frozen Orb, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, 3 ranks to Frozen Orb. We're the chosen one. The chosen one. Okay, I need a Winter Glass again. I know we made a Frozen Orb build. Amulets, amulets, amulets. Okay, let's see what we can pull through. There's another Winter Glass. So that's 9 ranks to Frozen Orb. That's kind of cute with a greater affix. That's damage over time. Might as well shoot ourselves, right? Bring that over to not damage over time. Attack speed, cool. We get Orzavane. What could Orzavane get here? Oh, you can actually 20 times masterwork a 750 item as well. Huh, interesting. And you can greater affix that as well. Double interesting. Who would have guessed? So the problem is that prior Frozen Orb Sorks were always completely different, right? Because we are right now in need of we're right now in need of all the summon skills, if you think about it. Right, random basic skill that we don't need. Then you obviously want Frozen Orb, everything available, and probably Frozen Orb goes for vulnerable. I mean, you could probably go for the mana restoration, because I don't know how the mana will feel in the long run. We're going to have to go for dominance, right? To shoot even more core skills out. Then you gotta have to go for no of these skills. What I wonder though is if health potion applies ice armor, do you then want to have ice armor here with the increased damage to frozen enemies? Probably, right? Most likely. And if Lucky Hit Chance could do a Frost Nova, do you want Frost Nova to potentially restore mana? Or do we want Frost Nova to have enemies take more damage? I mean, you have the teleport, so you could still go for the teleport crackling energy if you wanted to. But I'm not sure if that is something. Do we need energy focus back again, chat? Because that was you generate a barrier for 1.5% of your max life every second up to 30%. Do we need that? In the current climate. I mean, what you definitely need is we need familiar. So that's out of question. Because familiars are summons. You need Hydra. Because Hydra are summons too. But I'm not sure if you want any of the... I mean, probably just put 1 point in Hydra, right? Unless we're getting core skill ranks. You want the blades for sure. And the blades are going to give you cooldown reduction. Or attack speed. Yeah. Then we obviously need the damage reduction when we spend mana. That's out of question. And you would need the lightning spears as well. Do we need anything for the lightning spears? Stun enemies. Casting lightning spears spawns additional lightning spears. Yeah, probably. You don't need the bonus summon damage. I don't like the Ice Blade skills. Yeah, but you need this. Because, so the Frozen Orb deals more damage per active summon. Okay? You need summons like crazy. Like, there have to be summons everywhere. Summons have to be crawling up your butthole. Okay? Like, left, right. Like, you need to turn around to summon. You need to turn around again, another summon. Right? And like, there literally need to be summons everywhere. Or it's not going to work. We need to focus. Oh, sorry, Obolds. Focus, 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 focus. Not a single one with a greater affix? What? But why? Thank you. So intelligence. Here, critical strike chance. But life on hit and life on kill. Jesus Christ. Why does it have to be life on kill and life on crit, Chan? Why? Explain. I mean, maybe life on kill is now secretly good. Who knows? Maybe I missed something. And life on kill is now secretly amazing. Will Nagu C work for damage for Frozen Orb too? Yes, you can probably go for Nagu. And you are going to try to get the wolves. So yes, these companions, like, well, the problem is they're companions. However, they should count as summons. Now, should count as summons and do count as summons are two different things, right? Conceded. Then we get, what is it called again? The take more damage, more shiver they have. What would it be? Oh, no, Shiv. Yeah, shivering aspect. We need... I mean, that's the question now. We could go for... Avalanche, which says the Avalanche key passive reduces the cost of frost skills by an additional 30, and its damage to vulnerable enemies is increased to 100%, right? And then we would actually need the shredding blades. Yeah. We have the conjuration damage reduction. We get the orange herald currently, and we have the deep freeze, which is useless. We could do Pyromancy. So you could do this one here. The casting Pyromancy skill immobilizes, casting shock skill burst movement speed, casting frost skill grounds up barrier. Kind of. Let's upgrade all these items. At least feel alive somehow. Spend the rest of the skill points because we barely started spending them all. We're just messing around here. We need the damage while healthy. Sorry. We're working of like an old planner. That's pretty much working without the summons, right? Because that's the issue. So the Frost Orb usually works without the summons. But now we're kind of like have to work with summons. So it's a bit different. It plays a bit different. It vibes a bit different. Do we want using a cooldown grounds barrier? I mean, I still use the cooldown here of the... I use Frozen Orb. I will use Hydra. I will use Lightning Spear. I will use Familiar and Shredding Blades. Right? Frozen Orb, Hydra, Lightning Spear, and then we have Currents. What I wonder is what would be the most optimal... So you have the Frozen Orb enchantment, which now says casting a skill has a chance to launch a Frozen Orb at a nearby enemy. So Frozen Orbs can cast Frozen Orbs. That's insane. But do we now go for Familiar? Or do we make more Hydras? Hydras are useless. I guess it has to be Familiar, right? Just to make sure to get more Familiars. And one more skill point left over. Let's just throw this at Oops, I should probably redo my Paragon board too. Oops, I should probably redo my Paragon board. However, my Paragon board should be somewhat the same. The only board I need to change is... You know what? I don't have to change a board, actually. Because we get Fundamental Release, we get Searing Heat. Yeah. We get... Yeah, you know what? The boards are fine. I mean, at least everything is under control. At least I have infinite mana, so that's for sure working. Right? Damage is not there yet. But I'm pretty sure that's down to me just pressing the wrong buttons, right? Because I gotta get used to the playstyle of how, like, that was a 42 million hit. So low millions, but still possible. I mean, for a preliminary test, I'm fine here. We know it can go higher. So a Frozen Orb has like what, cleared pit 80 plus already, which is insane this season. But it feels good. That's the most important part. So everything is consistently frozen and I'm like consistently safe. So that's good. We're fully buried up, right? Okay, nice. Where can we look to do the frozen orb build you do planner? Oh, again, my last frozen orb build was from season 6 or 7, whenever Fracture Winterglass would introduce. So you don't want to go with that planner. I pretty much like pieced together a combination of my lightning build and some other stuff, and it kind of led to this. So this is somewhat functional, but far from super optimized. For that, I'll have to go back in the lab. But it's more like, does Frozen Orb even remotely work, right? Does Frozen Orb feel good? The answer is yes, Frozen Orb feels good. Are you using Unstable Currents? Attack speed. Unstable Currents is really, really nice for bonus attack speed, as like none of the other ultis does good for you, right? You want to spam Frozen Orb continuously. You don't want to stand around and use anything else. However, you could also play Deep Freeze, right? Deep Freeze could be your oh shit button. And after ending Deep Freeze, you get 25% bonus damage. Right? Oh, we missed Frozen Orbit. Let's double check. Thank you for reminding an old man. Frozen Orbit was increased damage and next one additional. Yeah. How could we forget? But which one are we going to kick out now for that? Probably conceded for Frozen Orbit. I mean, that's not the reason, though, why we're not doing more damage, right? It's more like about doing the right things and also getting an Orza Vein that's not a 750 item power version, right? Let's go into the Helltide. I mean, obviously, for this build, you want to have the Ring of Starless Skies. You want to have the Ear of Perdition, right? So these are two things that you really would want to have. We also would need more crit, because we're currently sitting at 23.4% crit chance. So I feel like that the Gar rune is mandatory again. Oh, sorry. I'm an idiot. Why am I in this here now as Torment 2? Problem will be, if Frozen Orbs is good endgame, right? What are you going to level with? Because obviously Frozen Orb would want to have the Fractured Winterglass to really feel good. And then you need to also have the summons and all that kind of stuff, right? Dude, the amount of Frozen Orbs you're yeeting out is nasty. Well, see, it feels nice. I don't see the highest damage numbers, but I see a lot of damage numbers right now. And obviously, I need way more crit chance because, again, we're 23% crit chance, guys. Keeping up all the summons will be, though, harsh. So my problem already with the build is, in order to maintain peak performance, right? We would really have to consistently, on top of spamming away your Frozen Orb, you have to maintain your Shredding Blades, you have to maintain your Lightning Spear. So this truly becomes one of these keyboard builds where you're like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Right? Not compared to our Fireball build, which was Fireball. That's it. I'm not a fan of keyboard sorks because they make it hard. Or a button holder on controller, exactly, or a button holder on controller. But you know what I mean, right? I think you understand, chat. Like, you see how I'm consistently in need of, like, pressing all these buttons so I get all my summons as high as possible, because more summons is more damage. And that's, like, kind of that. I mean, it's a fun build, though. Like, I'm just happy when Frozen Orb actually works, because Frozen Orb has been just always been an absolute joy to play. Definitely a button smasher build. Hey, but that means we already got 2 builds that I'm feeling happy with. The button smasher, and we got ourselves the... We get ourselves the... Necromancer. You should try the vulnerable instead of the mana. We should have enough vulnerable this, but we can try to see if we get more vulnerable. Because obviously I'm not sure how much vulnerable they're really spreading, the blades. I mean, considering we obviously have the 100% increased vulnerable damage, right? Yeah, it's more damage. Somewhat.
I need time to prepare that.
Just like guaranteed vulnerables. Makes sense. Well, we do have vulnerables from the wolves, though. We have vulnerables from the blades. We have vulnerables from everything.
Out of here. I'm not ready yet.
But
I need time.
if I need to press more than 2 buttons, I feel sad. I don't mind pressing more buttons. The problem is... So for the Necro, for example, I press like my basic skill plus the Golem. And then every now and then I will press Corpse Generals to pull enemies together, right? But this build here, in order to maintain your damage, you pretty much have to consistently press 1, 2, 3, 4 Frozen Orb. 1, 2, 3, 4 Frozen Orb, right? So you're spamming the Frozen Orb while you're still maintaining the other skills uptime the whole time, because that's actually your damage, right? And if you're not maintaining the uptime of all your summons, then you're not doing the main damage. Does this even work on tier 1? Peeve, you underestimate how much easier Torment 1 is compared to Torment 4. So the real bump in everything, the real bump in survival damage whatsoever comes from Torment 3 to Torment 4. A Torment 3 boss you can kill like if you do 1,000,000 damage, right? So if your skill does regularly do 1,000,000 damage, you can kill a Torment 3 pinnacle boss, like a lair boss. But for Torment 4, you're looking at 100 to 2 to 3 to actually 400 million damage average to then kill a Torment 4 boss. And that's quite the jump from like 1 to 5 million to like hundreds of millions to basically be able to exist, right? So Torment 1, like, and in Torment 1, you need like 100k to kill a boss, right? If even. No, actually, it's like 10 to 50k to kill a boss. Then in Torment 2, you need like 100 to 500k, right? So, yeah. The jump is just massive to Torment 4. And I see, like, right now, what I see coming is that you're actually going to be spending a significant time in Torment 3 to level up your glyphs. This is something that hasn't happened last season, right? Like, last season, you get to Torment 4, and then in Torment 4, you started leveling up your glyphs, right? You maybe get your glyphs to level 15. Before Torment 4. But right now, it seems like that you would actually have to grind in Torment 3, right? To get your glyphs up to 20, then you would have to do to 30, and then you could jump into Torment 4, right? Not before. How's the PTR feeling? I am enjoying myself. The leveling experience was great. The progression is meaningful and good. However, as soon as you start hitting the Torment tiers, things slow down. And as soon as you're getting towards Torment 4, builds really need a lot. I right now think we need to lower HP of minions again. That's what I truly believe. That's what I think, personally. We'll have to see how the devs react. I'm monitoring the Discord and kind of like their... Yeah, like if the developers tell us anything. I also just read that Mr. Lurkin managed to clear a pit 80 with Frozen Orb in 4 minutes. So it's certainly possible, chat, to go at least to pit 80 with Frozen Orb. But that's, again, considering that you have a Frozen Orb with level 100 glyphs already. So getting this pit 75 is going to be crazy. Like, what the fuck? That's insane. Wouldn't that jump make grinding gear a big issue because the drop odds on lower Torment tiers are not that great, especially for GA uniques? No. You're actually getting tons of GA uniques also in Torment 1, 2, and 3. Torment 4 does not give you meaningful more GA uniques. The GA uniques you get from Belial, and Belial doesn't actually care where you are. Obviously, you want to kill Torment 4 Belial. However, you're anyways not getting many Belials. So no, I don't think this is going to make grinding gear in any way an issue. You could technically only grind at Torment 3 Belial, and killing Torment 3 Belial is relatively easy. So yeah, that's that. No more Pit 100 as a casual soul self-founder. Nope, absolutely not. At least not if it stays this way. Okay, chat. What I would say is, we're going to end the stream here because I want to do another video on the item progression. But we're going to be back tomorrow with more builds on the classes that we haven't covered. So we're going to have the new Evade Spiritborn. We're going to be doing the Rogue. We're going to do another Druid build that actually works. I'm going to come tomorrow with a proper Frozen Orb Sork. So expect tomorrow like 6 or 7 builds, all previously prepared for you, that we can talk about all these things. And Barb, okay? Tomorrow also Barbarian. Many different builds. I'm kind of like looking forward to show them all to you, okay? Therefore, I wish you a great good evening, night, day. Thank you for coming, watching, lurking, chatting, and hopefully having a good time. Do me a favor and watch our wrap-up video from today, because we're talking about the new leveling and all the systems and pretty much everything wrapped up in one video. Why Frozen Orb? Because it got buffed Thule. And if Blizzard buffs something, then you have to play it. Because they want you to play it. Take care, ladies and gents, and I'll see you all tomorrow again.